Upton hits it well to left center field. It is up and gone.
Big blast last night from Justin Upton gives the Padres an opportunity at a rubber match here this afternoon. Final game of this three-game series. Welcome to Military Sunday, presented by USAA. All kinds of dramatic late-inning action the last couple of nights. Will the excitement continue on a Sunday afternoon at Petco Park? Dodgers and the Padres. San Diego trying to take a series from Los Angeles for the first time in 2015. Welcome to Petco Park with Mark Sweeney. I'm Jesse Agler. Well, more of the same last night for the Padres. All kinds of late-inning heroics as of late, and a lot of late-game excitement for this team the last couple weeks.
Jesse, you build your character on moments during the season, especially when they're not thought of and expected. Justin Upton had a moment last night, but we've seen many moments from the Padres, and they're still trying to build their identity. But when you have these opportunities and these moments, you can build chemistry throughout your celebrations of a win in the clubhouse. Turn up the volume, and hopefully today they get a much-needed series win with a big hit.
Yeah, that would certainly be a great way to get this homestand kicked off. 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers. James Shields will be on the hill for San Diego. And it's time now for the USAA Military Take the Field, featuring military personnel from Fort Irwin, San Diego Army Recruiting Company, and the Army National Guard. One of the special parts of Military Sunday here at Petco Park, and all kinds of special here today as the Padres take the field on the U.S. Army's birthday and Flag Day. Today, the 240th birthday of the U.S. Army. Had a cake cutting ceremony you saw a few moments ago. And now an opportunity for these players to meet some American heroes. All right, let's take a look at the Dodger lineup today, brought to you by Hyundai. Pretty much what we've seen the last couple of nights. Couple of changes as Justin Turner gets the day off for the Dodgers. Alberto Callaspo will start at third base. Yasmani Grandal moved up to 5th in the order after he hit a home run in last night's game. It was his second home run in as many starts for Grandal, though we did not see him in the first game of the series on Friday night.
Jesse, here's the Padres scouting report brought to you by the Tilted Kilt. And for James Shields, the Newhall, California native, grew up watching the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium. He was staked to a 5-run lead his last start out in Atlanta and did come up with a decision. So he has to pitch with conviction today. What I mean about that is there's a purpose to every pitch for James Shields, and that'll get him deep in the ballgame. They need a good effort today.
That's what they're looking for as Shields tries to improve upon the 7-0 record. The Padre defense is brought to you by your San Diego Ford dealers. And after Yonder Alonso got the start at the hot corner last night, he's back to more familiar territory at first base. Jan Hervis Solarte at third. Middle infield, what we saw yesterday, Amarista and Spangenberg. Like we mentioned, Will Venable getting the start in center with Upton and Kemp in their usual spots beside him. As you look at James Shields, 7-0 with a 3.79 ERA. The only full-time Major League starter this season without a loss. What do you know? A beautiful afternoon in San Diego. Had a little bit of June gloom that has burned off, and the sun's starting to come out. Great day to be at the ballpark for the final game of this series between the Padres and the Dodgers. Last night was all kinds of fun. Justin Upton with the late home run, and it kind of felt like the opposite of Friday night, where the Padres had some late excitement but were unable to hold on. Yesterday, late excitement, and they held on.
Yeah, and both teams took punches in the guts. The first night with the Padres, and then last night, the Padres extending their hand into the stomachs of the Dodgers and Zach Greinke.
So just about ready for baseball on this Sunday. This is the 4th series already between these two teams in 2015. Los Angeles has taken 2 out of 3 in all 3 series so far, and the Padres trying to buck that trend behind their ace James Shields here this afternoon. Jock Peterson in the box, Shields ready, and the first pitch of the afternoon is a fastball a little bit outside, 1-0. Peterson last night 1 for 3 with a strikeout and a hit by pitch. He's been hit in each of the first 2 games of this series against the Padres. Has been leading off all 3, and he fouls that one back. 1-1.
Jesse, you're going to get that because you have to pitch inside. Jock Peterson has a lot of power, as you can see from the numbers. 17 home runs coming into this, so you have to pitch inside, and that will expose you to the hit by pitch.
Shields misses in. Slider, a little bit too far off the plate. 2 balls and a strike. James working quickly. And Peterson taps that one foul at the plate. He's on top of the changeup as you take a look at the shift against the right-handed hitting, or excuse me, the left-handed hitting. Jock Peterson there swung over to the right, and now with 2 strikes, a little bit of a change in the shift.
And why they do that is to have the third baseman in case of that bunt play, but with 2 strikes, you'll put the shortstop over there for basically coverage and also range.
Amarista and Solarte flip. And now the 2-2 from Shields just misses. And a full count to the Dodger leadoff man. Shields started against the Dodgers May 24th in Los Angeles. Struck Jock Peterson out twice that afternoon. If you're wondering what's most memorable about that day between these 2 teams, that was the Justin Upton day. Padres 11 runs on 20 hits, and Upton had the first inning grand slam as Shields misses with the fastball, and Jock Peterson aboard once again against the Padres. We often say he's not necessarily a prototypical leadoff guy, what with the average under 250, but we've seen him get on base pretty consistently.
Yeah, and he handles the strike zone very well, especially away, and you can see the patience. Last year in his call-up did not have very much patience, and that was one of the adjustments he had to make moving forward.
Yasiel Puig starting all 3 of these games. Just 17 total games coming in. Had a 6-week stint on the disabled list last week. He returned from the hamstring injury, and he's been really good since coming back. 6-game hitting streak for Puig. And last night, 2 for 4 with a couple of singles. Swings at the first pitch, which we've seen him do quite a few times this weekend. He fouls it back.
Now, it's interesting challenges on day games. Both teams did not take batting practice on the field, but with facilities here at Petco Park, both teams have their own indoor batting cages below. And sometimes guys will just plan on just taking their at-bats and trying to get loose before the game and go through a routine, but not necessarily batting practice.
Always a little bit different with the early starts. Those routines are off. Puig swings again, and in the hole over to shortstop. Amarista gets the shore out at second. They won't have time for the double play. But a nice job by Alexi cutting down the lead runner. And that's the first out of the inning as Puig reaches on the fielder's choice. Numbers overall impressive for Adrian Gonzalez, but he has not necessarily been himself the last few weeks, and he's been held pretty well in check this series. Did have an RBI single on Friday night, but last night Gonzalez 0 for 4, grounded into a couple of double plays. He's done that 3 times in the 2 games so far this weekend.
Well, most of the at-bats that Adrian Gonzalez has had against James Shields was in a Red Sox uniform. 30 at-bats, hitting .333 coming into this game against James Shields.
10 hits, couple of homers for the old AL East combatants. That could be another double play. Alonso gets one, back to first. There it is. 4th time this weekend that Adrian Gonzalez grounds into a double play. This one ends the top of the first for James Shields. Dodgers go quietly in the first. Padres coming up on a Sunday. It has not been boring the first 2 days of this weekend series between the Padres and the Dodgers. All kinds of fireworks Friday night and last night. Teams splitting the first 2 games. As we take a look at the Padre lineup, brought to you by Toyota. Leadoff man this afternoon is Will Venable. He's in center field. Solarte batting second at third base. Upton and Kemp familiarly at 3 and 4. Alonso back at first base. Derek Norris starting for the 3rd time this series. Spangenberg, Amarista, and the pitcher Shields at the bottom of the order.
Time now for the Dodgers Scouting Report, brought to you by Verizon Wireless. And for the 27-year-old Mike Bolsinger, where did this guy come from? 1-6 last year with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Got traded over to the Dodgers. And also that 12-6 curveball, the old school curveball. Much of the Padre fans remember Jesse Hahn with that 12-6 curveball.
We'll see Jesse Hahn tomorrow night as the A's come to town. And Bolsinger, hey, not a curveball, and strike 1 to Venable.
Well, he's going to have to throw the fastball to set up that breaking ball, because it's going to be in the thoughts of the Padres' minds today, because it was a dominating pitch his last start.
Second straight fastball. That one misses. Yeah, that last start, that Saturday, May 23rd. 8 innings, 1 hit, and he faced the minimum. Venable hits that one to the right side. Howie Kendrick cleans it up. 1 away. As we look at the Dodger defense, brought to you by Renovation Realty. Ethier, Peterson, and Puig left to right in the outfield. The big change today, Kayaspo at third base in place of Justin Turner, who started the first 2 games of this series. Everything else pretty much as expected. Grandal did not start on Friday night, but we did see him last night, and he homered. Here's Jan Hervis Solarte, who had the only hit the Padres collected off of Bolsinger in that game back in Los Angeles. It was a leadoff single, and he was pretty quickly erased on a double play. And that was it for the rest of the day.
Well, impressive stuff, and he loves his secondary. You'll see that different shapes to the curveball. You see that one, it's a plus velocity one, and also he'll throw the slider, which he eliminated as a Diamondback. He has brought that back as a Dodger.
Changeup misses high. And you take a look at the line from that day. Hard to get much better than that. Kenley Jansen cleaned it up with a 1-2-3 9th inning as the Dodgers won that game. And there's a curveball, but he misses with it, 3-0.
You see the arsenal with the heavy cutter, which is a slider, and also the curveball, but it's just a harder fastball. He has a natural cut to his ball, but he doesn't like throwing his fastball. You'll hear the phrase pitching backwards, which means he sets up his fastball with his breaking stuff. A nice at bat by Jan Solarte.
Solarte able to do something that none of the Padres did back in May. Last night, well, this was the story. Zach Greinke won 1 game in the 8th, and Justin Upton took him out of here.
Yeah, almost a playoff atmosphere last night with the crowd and everything involved. Zach Greinke pitched a brilliant game and had 1 bad pitch, and that cost him the game.
Greinke's first career loss against the Padres, and just the 3rd time he's lost to a division opponent since he joined the Dodgers a couple of years ago. So here's Upton again, and pitch misses outside. Bolsinger having some trouble finding the strike zone here early on.
Yeah, you go back to that moment of Justin Upton last night, and it's just that challenge in the one-on-one matchup. Zach Greinke against Justin Upton, 2 established major leaguers, elite major leaguers, and Justin Upton wins that battle and also wins the game for the Padres.
We just saw the numbers for Upton this season. Keep this in mind. 11 games against the Dodgers, but 5 of his homers, 5 of his 13, and 15 of his 39 RBIs have come against Los Angeles. He has risen to the occasion against LA pitching.
Primetime players. And you're expected to do well, and you do it. That's the reason why you get paid the big bucks.
Upton takes a fastball that just nips the outside corner. 1-1. He has been outstanding all season long, particularly here at home. Not the same curveball we saw back in May, at least so far for Bolsinger. Saw Clayton Kershaw throw a good number of curves on Friday night. Zach Greinke, more of the same last night. And you'll see plenty from Jesse Hahn tomorrow. So Padres hitters with an opportunity to sort of calibrate themselves against that old school curve. Misses again as he nibbles away.
Yeah, the Dodgers continue to pitch Justin Upton away. Nothing in last night. And staying off the plate. And remember that Zach Greinke pitch. They tried to go outside, but the slider leaked over the middle of the plate, and Justin Upton deposited in the left center seats.
Hitters count for Upton. And that one is a called strike. Bolsinger gets the call.
This looked like a pretty good pitch, but Justin Upton's sight was out on the outside part. Looked just off on our Fox tracks, but home plate umpire Adrian Johnson had it otherwise.
Solarte off first base. Keep an eye on him with the full count. He stays put, and Upton tops the 3-2 pitch foul. 13 home runs for Justin Upton, is tied for the 8th most in the National League. And a lot of them have been big ones. 7 of his 13 homers have given the Padres the lead. And 3 of those, including last night's, coming in the 8th inning or later.
Dodger outfield playing deep. So for Jan Solarte, even on a single through the infield, you can advance. You want to peek at that before the pitch is thrown.
Stays put again, and the 3-2 is strike 3 called. You know, Bolsinger likes to work up in the zone. Deposited that one belt high, 2 away.
Yeah, the last time he had a lot of success with that high breaking ball, which you don't hear too many times. And right there at the top of the strike zone, Justin Upton gives up on it, which lands in the strike zone.
Adrian Johnson doesn't want to hear it from the Padre dugout. It's only the first inning.
I think that argument goes back to that fastball inside.
Been a theme all weekend and really much of this season. Now 2 outs with the runner on first, and Matt Kemp drove in the first Padre run last night with that infield single. Take a look at the keys to the game, brought to you by your San Diego Honda dealers. What do you want to see, Mark Sweeney?
We've talked about it already. He hangs it, you bang it. That high breaking ball, the Padres have to capitalize on mistakes on the breaking ball and get to the jungle. Craig Kimbrell, if you haven't been around here and heard it, he comes into the big music and also the big save last night. 201 saves for Craig Kimbrell.
Kemp takes, and Grandal thought about the snap throw over towards Solarte. Kemp's done well against the Dodgers in 11 games against his old team this year. Another close pitch. That's in there for sure. 1-2.
Great night by Ian Kennedy last night. That's the numbers. They needed a great start, and they got one.
He did his part. Justin Upton finished the deal with that homer in the 8th. Kemp reaches for that one, hits it out to left center. Peterson coming on, and Jock will make the running catch. Well, you know, he can go and get it. Jock Peterson was playing him towards right, had a long run. He makes the catch and takes one away from Matt Kemp. We played an inning, no score at Petco Park. behind the ballpark. Nice day on the water. Tonight's game, today's game, presented in HD by Sony 4K. Day baseball. Padres will play a day game here again on Tuesday. Early start against the A's. Quick 2-game set before the teams go up to Oakland. Here's Howie Kendrick. 288, 6 homers, 28 RBIs, and 0 for 4 last night with a couple of strikeouts. Fouls that one back, 1-1.
Jesse, we talked yesterday, and the Padres starting staff has led the league with pitches per inning in the first inning with 18.9. Well, yesterday Ian Kennedy 10 pitches in the first, and also James Shields today 10 pitches. That is doing their job and getting into rhythm, which I think is very important for the Padres pitchers.
Love to see that as Kendrick fouls another one back. Padres have done a good job scoring in the first inning. Offensively, they did so last night. And if your pitchers are sort of on board too, sets the stage for a good night. That's a good one. Nice curveball from Shields. His first strikeout, and Kendrick retired, 1 away.
Well, here's the curveball. We talked about Mike Bolsinger's one, but James Shields, that tight spinning curveball for the punch out.
Yasmani Grandal making his second start of this series. Measures up Shields. Swings through that fastball, 0-1. Last night for Grandal. It looked familiar. We know that home run swing. We've seen it the last couple of years, and did it to the Padres.
Well, definitely better from the left side, Yasmani Grandal, than the right. I think his lower half and strengthen that repaired knee, you know, is going to be better. We saw the swing last night. It was very good. The home run, but he got in a 3-1 count. Has a lot of power from that left side.
Grandal doing a nice job hitting away from Dodger Stadium. The average up near 340 on the road this year. And good numbers at Petco as well. Here it is last night. You mentioned it, 3-1, got to throw a strike, and he smoked it.
Yeah, led off the third with a solo home run, but I thought Ian Kennedy, after that moment, dug deep and had a great pitching performance for the Padres.
That was really the only blemish. Hits this one well out to center. Venable chasing it down and making the catch.
Yeah, that ball didn't have sound off the bat like his home run last night. And Will Venable does a nice job cruising into the gap for that out. Just off the end of the bat for Yasmani Grandal. Take a listen here. You always hear the sounds of the game. Goes off that barrel, you just hear that loud sound that is always nice to hear off the wood bat.
So Shields gets the first two here in the second, and Andre Ethier, who was 0 for 3 last night after picking up a couple of hits in the series opener on Friday, takes ball 1. Ethier had a 7-game hitting streak snapped last night with that 0 for. Always hits the Padres well, but a good job last night by Ian Kennedy, as Mark was talking about. Hit the ball on the ground all 3 times. Kennedy last night, Shields today. And that curveball is hit into right center for a base hit. Long run for both Kemp and Venable, and it gets past him, and it's going to roll all the way to the wall. Ethier never slowed down, and he's going to cruise into third base with a triple. Team leading 4th 3-bagger of the season for Ethier, and looked like Kemp was going to be able to cut it off and just never got there.
Well, the line drive past second base. Let's take a look at the center fielder. Will Venable's on that left field side, so it splits the gap and just takes off on this putting green surface. at Petco Park for an easy triple for Andre Ethier.
So he's 90 feet away with 2 outs, and Jimmy Rollins coming to the plate. Rollins saw his batting average dip below 200 last night. Went 0 for 3, and in fact, in this series is 0 for 7 with 3 strikeouts. One of the old faces on base and one of the new faces at the plate for LA. Curve misses down, 1-1. A lot of shuffling in the offseason by the Dodgers. And they haven't really slowed down with that either.
No, I think they've improved defensively, especially with Jimmy at shortstop and Howie Kendrick at second base. But they have to improve up the middle, which is very important. You have to be strong up the middle. That was the prerequisite for the front office of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Shields has really bared down in these situations this year. Only Clayton Kershaw has more strikeouts in the National League than Shields. And that's his 100th of the season. Rollins can't get the slider. And we're still scoreless going to the bottom of the second. Allie Sturm, who's got some more on the Padre catcher, Derek Norris.
Yes, I do, Jesse. It's time to continue to play our 3-question get to know our new Padres players. And I was able to speak with the guy who's on the on-deck circle right now, Derek Norris. I asked him if he had a theme song, what would it be? And he told me, of course, his Walkout, Beautiful People by Marilyn Manson. Pretty much sums him up. I asked him if he has any hidden talents, and he said any game you will find at a bar, pool, shuffleboard, ping pong, all of them. He's very talented. And finally, what is the motto he lives by? He says he only lives to control what he can control. And Mark and Jesse, I certainly think we've seen that both offensively and defensively through his leadership. He gives it 100% every day, and he takes each game in stride. Guys?
Yeah, he does. Thanks a lot, Allie. He has been a really fun Padre to get to know. Fun facts and otherwise. And he didn't take very long to endear himself to these Padre fans. You think back to the home opener. There's Alonso. Rips that one right to Yasiel Puig, who's got to play it on a hop. And the first hit of the day for San Diego comes from the first baseman, Yonder Alonso.
Well, it looked like a fastball that was just elevated. He wants to pitch up in the strike zone so he can create that curveball look. And the fastball is jumped on by Yonder Alonso into right field. Continues his hot hitting.
back off the disabled list and back at first base this afternoon. And here is Norris. Good offensive numbers, great defensive numbers, and a great jump over at first base. But they got him. Boy, Alonso was off and running, but a nice throw by Grandal. And Yonder is cut down by his buddy.
Yeah, the Miami Hurricane connection right here that we had last year as teammates. And a nice throw by Yasmani Grandal.
That's not right.
It's not right.
Pitch was a called strike to Norris, who fouls that curveball off at the plate. 0-2. Well, we've seen the Dodgers have multiple guys thrown out on the bases the first 2 games of this series. Haven't seen a lot of Padres caught stealing this year. Upton and Kemp combined are 20 for 20. Venable's been caught only once in 5 attempts. Spangenberg just twice in 7 attempts. Outside with the fastball, 1-2. Norris looking good in the camo Sunday jersey.
I love the camos.
4-1 record this season. Sunday has, statistically speaking, been the best day of the week for the Padres this year as Norris swings and misses. And strikeout number 2 for Bolsinger, quickly 2 away.
Well, this is the slider right here. You can see him just tighten it up just a little bit. Has a different shape than the 12-6 curveball. And secondary pitches for Mike Bolsinger is how he is going to attack these Padres today.
Corey Spangenberg getting more regular playing time now. 1 for 2 with a walk and a single last night. Hitting over .320 in his last 19 games. Over 50 at bats. Good stretch for Spangy. And that's a well-located fastball from Bolsinger. 0-1. That's why they call it a spray chart. He's spraying it all over the place.
And that's good. You got to use all fields, and why not? It's paid for.
Rips that one to right field. Puig's not going to have a play on it. He'll take his time getting there, and now gets the ball back to the infield. Second hit of the inning for the Padres. Spangenberg aboard with 2 outs.
Now, we've watched Yasiel Puig play right field this whole series, and it looks like he is not active in right field. Looks like he's playing a deep right field. But this is just nice hitting by Corey Spangenberg. Nothing to take away from Corey Spangenberg's swing. Well, it looks like Yasiel Puig is trying to retire his number in right field.
You almost wonder if he's playing possum a little bit and trying to get somebody to go because you know he's got the great arm. And Marista takes strike 1. You know he loves to throw guys out on the bases, and he's almost daring you to try and take the extra base.
You know, typically a lot of outfielders like to play deeper because they like to come forward rather than going back. It just doesn't look like he's engaged. You see him in, you know, when he's set up and the pitch is being thrown, his hands are on his knees. He's not ready to take it. And you wonder where that concentration level is at times for Yasiel Puig. This is an elite player. Don't get me wrong. He's got to play all facets of the game.
And Marista digs that one out and pushes it through the left side for a base hit. Alexi doing all he could with that curveball. He found a hole on the left side of the infield. And a couple of men aboard now with the pitcher's shields coming up.
Now this is good hitting by Alexi Amarista. The curveball, and you have to track it with your eyes, and he hits that 5.5 hole. But if we look at the side swing, he holds his ground. He sets his foot, and that head movement is locked into the baseball, and he can track the baseball, let it get deeper, and go the other way. Nice hitting by Alexi Amarista.
Padres in 8 innings against Bolsinger back in May collected 1 hit. They've got 3 this inning. See the career numbers for Shields this season: 167. He's got a double.
See if Buddy gives him a pitch to take a hack at it first rather than laying a bunt down. Excuse me, with 2 outs. I guess he's going to give him an opportunity.
Takes a strike from Bolsinger, who comes right at him. Breaking ball, and he tops it on the ground over to third. That's Callaspo, and he makes the play for the third out of the inning. 3 hits for the Padres, but 2 left. Scoreless after 2. Pitch was delivered by Colonel Peter Cross. And Colonel Cross, a 3-time Iraq veteran, and also Will Venable's uncle. So a great family moment as Will was able to receive the first pitch. Uncle to nephew, and Allie Sturm is standing by with Colonel Cross.
Yes, it's an honor to be joined by Peter Cross today, who is part of the National Guard, Army National Guard, and it's the Army's birthday. What does it mean to be a part of the Army Appreciation Day today?
It's a real honor. I can't help but think that the Army is 1 year older than our country. We were founded in 1775, and we had to have an Army first before we had to have a country. So to be here today at Petco Park with the Padres and celebrating the Army's birthday is a real honor.
And Peter, you had your nephew catch the first pitch. What did you think of your performance? Was Will giving you any pointers before you got out there?
He gave me a few. He told me to relax, which is very difficult to do with 40,000 people looking at you. I did okay. I threw the ball in the dirt. I'm going to blame William for not catching it on his left side. I'll go with that right now.
I saw you tossing the ball out there with him before the game. You had some power. I was very impressed. I think you did well.
I played a little ball in college, but nothing can prepare you for being on the mound in front of all these people.
Well, you did a wonderful job. Thank you so much for your service and everything you do. We sincerely appreciate it. Jesse?
Allie, Colonel, thank you very much. That's Callaspo to deep right off the wall. And a leadoff double against James Shields. 2 hits for the Dodgers here early on, both for extra bases.
Well, you see the fastball that cuts in on the barrel of the bat, and Callaspo pulls his hands in nicely to get the barrel to the baseball. Ball rifles off the All-Star sign, which is coming in Fox July 14th.
Now the pitcher Bolsinger 0 for 17 on this season. Probably a bunt situation, and he pops it up. Shields makes the catch. 1 away. That was a tough one. Didn't get too high up in the air. Shields and Norris coming together, and Shields making a play.
Yeah, it looked like Norris wanted to try to knock out Shields. Take a look. Shields gets off the mound, and who's going to take it? The communication on the botched bunt by Bolsinger. Yeah, and the slow-mo. Get out of the way. Matrix time. Nice play by Shields.
So first out for Shields. Top of the order for the Dodgers, Peterson and then Puig. And he rips the first pitch he sees into right field for a base hit. Callaspo is being waved. Kemp's throw is coming home. And
wow,
they got him. Big time throw from Matt Kemp. Cuts down Callaspo at the plate.
What impresses me about this throw from Matt Kemp, he is playing a deep right field against Jock Peterson. But Callaspo does not get a good read on this ball, but what a throw in the air and nailing Callaspo at the plate. And a good tag by Derek Norris, athletically playing the ball in front of the plate, giving that sliding lane and applying the tag. But Matt Kemp, a tip of the cap. What a great throw. See that sixth outfield assist. Playing a good right field. It's a long throw.
So now 2 outs, and Peterson, who's got a big lead over at first and just gets back. Stayed at first base on that one. Unable to advance with the throw going through the cutoff man.
Hey, you see Jock Peterson looking at first base coach Davey Lopes. Davey Lopes, the former Padre first base coach. In my opinion, the best first base coach in the game. They tried to sneak a stolen base opportunity there.
Puig, first pitch swinging again, fouls it back to the screen.
Now James Shields has very quick feet and controls the running game. Modifies his leg kick, knows how to change times.
Each game of this series, we've seen the Dodgers make outs on the base paths, and they've come at big moments. We'll see if Callaspo, being gunned down by Kemp, ends up being a big moment in this game.
You know, Jesse, you think about certain moments in the Dodgers on the base paths, but Jock Peterson does a nice job to right, but he doesn't really run out of the batter's box. Because if you see this throw by Matt Kemp, you have to advance. You know there's going to be a play at the plate, and he's sitting at first base to the benefit of the Padres. Got to do the little things, all facets of the game, and hustling is one of them.
Another check on young Jock. Dodgers had a leadoff double in this inning. They haven't scored. There are 2 outs and a man on first. Puig is 0 for 1 today, grounded into a fielder's choice back in the first inning. On the ground, left side. Alexi backs up, goes to second, and that's it for the Dodgers here in the third. The inning got off to an auspicious start for James Shields with the leadoff double, but Matt Kemp with a rocket from right throws out Callaspo. And we're still scoreless going to the bottom of the third at Petco. Taking place out at the Park as we take a look at the National University standings. They are the National League West. Padres back at 500 after last night's win, 5 in back of LA, and another opportunity today to pick up a game.
Yeah, it's a big game for the Padres, and coming off that motivational victory last night. But you look at the division, Jesse, and the Dodgers 25-17 against the West. The Colorado Rockies 13-21. Those are the only teams that really is a big difference. San Francisco, San Diego, Arizona, all sitting right around 500 in the division. They're beating up on each other.
Yeah, the Dodgers have really only had trouble in San Francisco when it comes to divisional games. Ball and 2 strikes to Venable after that foul.
Yeah, 0-6 for the Dodgers up in San Francisco.
Of course, with the 2 wild card spots, it's always going to be important to play well within the division, particularly when you consider how many games you play against all these teams. This is already the 4th series of the year between San Diego and LA. Venable goes there, and he'll be tagged out to complete the strikeout. 3rd for Bolsinger. But you got to keep in mind, you're also competing with teams like the Pirates and the Nationals or the Mets and the Braves and all these other teams that are not necessarily in first place.
Yeah, you see it. You exclude the St. Louis Cardinals, and you look around baseball, there's a lot of teams that are atop their division sitting right above 500. And I wouldn't be surprised with the parity in the game of a division winner being 500. But the opportunity for all of those other teams to make it in the playoffs and that added wild card, like you said, Jesse.
Last year in July, the Royals were under 500.
Not hitting home runs. Not a team that put fear into a lot of people, obviously scoring a lot of runs and disrupting people, but what a show they put on in the playoffs.
There's a good curve from Bolsinger, 1-1. Padres have 3 hits in this game against LA, all coming last inning. Singles from Alonso, Spangenberg, and Amarista. That one is hit foul up the third base line. Closed captioning for today's game is brought to you by Wiener Schnitzel. Got him. Grandal takes the brunt of the backswing, but Solarte strikes out. 2 away with Justin Upton coming to the plate, and he is the T-Mobile game changer. And he has changed a lot of games for the Padres in a very, very impactful way.
Yeah, very impressive names on that list, too, for Justin Upton, as advertised when they got him from the Atlanta Braves. We saw him in the division in the Arizona Diamondbacks uniform, but the Padre uniform, he has been dominating, especially in RBI situations. And last night's moment, probably the best of the year.
Dramatic late inning go-ahead homers. Doesn't get much more fun than that. Padres have had one in each of the first 2 games of this series, as Upton takes high, 1-0. Big curve and a strike. U.S. Army and Army National Guard Appreciation Day, and the Marine recruits in the house as well, as they are every Sunday here at Petco Park. Fastball misses outside, 2-1.
Well, thank you to from all of us at Fox Sports San Diego for our military, our men and women who serve this great country. We thank you for everything you do for us.
Marines of Lima Company, 3rd Battalion, Recruit Regiment Training. Upton in the air to center. Peterson had him played pretty well. Comes in a few steps, makes the catch, and that's it for the Padres. A 1-2-3 3rd inning. Military Sunday at Petco Park. always a special day at Petco Park. Military Sunday, start of the 4th inning, and no score between the Padres and the Dodgers. Rubber match of this 3-game series as Adrian Gonzalez takes a pitch outside from James Shields. 1-0. Gonzalez 0 for 1 this afternoon. He grounded into another double play, and this season against the Padres, he has grounded into 6 double plays, which ties the record for most double plays against the Padres in a season ever.
I'm okay with that.
Me too, especially on June 14th. They played a lot of games against each other, but plenty more to come. And the 2-0 pitch is hit hard, but foul.
Well, Steve Finley's down next to the dugout. Steve, military Sundays, what do they mean to you? And you've been in this Padre uniform. They do a great job with the military.
The Padres do the best of any team in Major League Baseball of saluting our military. We have so many military divisions here in San Diego. It's only perfect fit for San Diego to do it the way they do.
The Colonel keeping watch. Inside the gates at the park Outside, and a leadoff walk to Adrian Gonzalez. So another man aboard against James Shields with Howie Kendrick coming up. Steve, how about that throw from Matt Kemp?
It was beautiful. I mean, you could see Matt Kemp almost check the runner and see that he had a shot at him. And Callaspo not running very well right now. Threw a perfect strike. Perfect strike to home. Big play for the Padres right now.
Shields misses again, and so after the walk to Gonzalez, he delivers ball 1 in the dirt to Kendrick. Howie struck out his first time up. He's 0 for 1. Came into this series hot, and the Pods have cooled him off. Back to Shields, opportunity for a double play. 1 to 6 to 3. Saw Craig Kimbrell pull it off in the 9th inning last night. James Shields, nicely done here in the 4th.
Well, talking about executing a pitch, and James Shields does, locates that ball down and throws the ball that Amarista could play into in a nice turn by Alexi Amarista. We saw an excellent turn last night with Craig Kimbrell's save, but then Alexi Amarista in the middle of the diamond, turning 2.
So Gonzalez erased on the double play this time as opposed to hitting into it, and Grandal with 2 outs and nobody aboard. Dodgers have had base runners in every inning, and that one just misses. Shields wanted the call. Grandal got it. Solo homer last night. Slider ran in on Grandal, 2-0. And now 3-0. James Shields last time out had a weird start Tuesday at Atlanta. He was just kind of cruising along, had a 5-0 lead, and then one of the strangest innings of the year, that 6th inning against the Braves.
I saw the 5-0 lead, and I said, this game's over. Just the way that James Shields and the mentality that he has, the reason he's in a Padre uniform, not only for his pitch arsenal, but his mentality. When he gets support, he's going to put you away. Just a rare occurrence for him.
Misses there, and another walk. 2nd of the inning for Shields as Grandal reaches with 2 away. So the new Dodger catcher, Yasmani Grandal, heads to first. Plenty of changes up the middle for LA this year.
Well, Jesse, you heard Steve Finley say it last night. You got to be strong up the middle. It starts with Yasmani Grandal. Jimmy Rollins and Howie Kendrick, to me, are the major changes. You got to be strong in the double play, the chemistry between the two, and also Jock Peterson getting an opportunity. We saw a long-ranging catch on Matt Kemp's ball early in this game, but very strong up the middle for the Dodgers.
Big swing and a miss from Ethier, who tripled his last time up. Again, Shields back in May. Ethier had 3 at-bats. Strikeout, strikeout, double play.
And Ethier's really been taking advantage of his playing time with the injuries the Dodgers have had and kind of reinserted himself into the Dodgers lineup. And I think he's going to be here to stay.
Yeah, I think a much healthier Andre Ethier last year dealt with some leg injuries, and you don't have your lower half, Steve. You know that's very difficult to produce the power in your swing.
Yeah, it's difficult to produce at any level, especially the major league level.
See those numbers against San Diego. Ethier has faced the Padres more than any other hitter. And that one's in the air to left. Upton cruising back. Makes the catch. And that is it for the Dodgers. Probably don't want to mess with that vehicle. Padres going to try and mess with Mike Bolsinger in the 4th.
Trucks, and we're going to take a look at the breaking ball on both of these starting pitchers. James Shields on our Fox Vision. You see the depth of this curveball and different shapes on the curveball, both sides of the plate for James Shields. And also, if we take a look at Mike Bolsinger, he relies on the curveball so much. You see the different shapes of this one. Watch how high this one is, because the hitter will give up on that. And he had a lot of success up at Dodger Stadium against the Padres. And for Steve Finley down next to the dugout, Steve, how do you approach the curveball and hitting that?
Well, I think the best way for the curveball is not to miss the fastball.
Good point.
Because if they're throwing good curveballs are tough to hit. So if the guy's going to throw you all curveballs like Bolsinger is here today, it seems like mostly breaking pitches, you're going to have to set on it and look for it high. See it high, let it fly, kind of like a knuckleball pitcher.
Hope for a couple to get hung and take advantage of that as Kemp fouls that pitch away.
Steve, wanted to ask you, because you look at the curveball and with velocity with Mike Bolsinger sitting right around 88, would you sit on the curveball and still be able to hit the fastball?
Yeah, it's a mentality. It's a different mentality of approach. You're ready for the fastball, but you're thinking curveballs. Because if you're just looking for a curveball, sometimes guys end up swinging late. So my whole approach is to be ready like you're getting ready for a fastball, but in the back of my mind, I'm looking for a high curveball. That gets your hands and everything in hitting position early.
Is it strange to come across a guy like this who works up in the zone as much as he does when most guys are kind of asked and taught to work down?
Well, we've also seen Ian Kennedy do that. He pitches high in the strike zone, especially, and it's not high velocity, but gets a lot of strikeouts. But he can throw that curveball off of that. You see right there, Bolsinger trying to throw that fastball up in the strike zone, and it's not the high velocity, only 88 miles an hour. But he'll change that eye level, and then you'll see the curveball out of the hands, and it'll freeze the hitters at times.
And I've already seen today where he's gotten the benefit of a couple of calls there on Justin Upton in the first inning, a little bit of a high curveball after calling the low and in pitch. So he's kind of got to live on those edge of the strike zone. He can't miss too many times in the middle. And when he's getting calls like that, that makes him even tougher.
Padres have already touched him up more today than they did the last time they saw him at Dodger Stadium. Retired 23 in a row. This is a guy that began the season in AAA. And now opponents are hitting 199 against him, and he's got an ERA just over 2. Diamondbacks gave him away in the offseason. Cash considerations from the Dodgers to Arizona, and that is strike 3 call. 5th strikeout of the afternoon for Bolsinger.
Well, take a look at the curveball, and this one actually backs up on the inside. That's the reason why Matt Kemp jackknifes out of the way. That catches the inside corner. Like you said, Steve Finley, you need some calls as well on the breaking ball, and he's getting them from the home plate umpire, Adrian Johnson.
He really is, and that's what we classify as a backup breaking ball, which is sometimes the best pitch in baseball. You think it's going to break out, and it just stayed in on him right there, and you think it's going to be called a ball. Typically it is. Today, like you said, Bolsinger's getting the benefit of the doubt, that's for sure.
Next pitch will be number 50. Alonso singled and was caught stealing, leading off the 2nd inning. And another backup breaking ball, this time to the left-handed batter. And it hits the outside corner. Be interesting to see how much time Yonder gets at third base after we saw him there last night. Handled himself well, not a lot of opportunities, but he was there.
He did, and Bud Black said before the game what he liked about it is he caught the ball first and it didn't try to do too much with the baseball. He's a very accurate thrower. But Yonder Alonso has to welcome and embrace that opportunity because it just gives the team better balance. More left-handers. Yonder Alonso can play third. You have Will Venable in center field and Will Myers playing first base. I think if you look at it, that's probably the best lineup that Bud Black can put out there, especially against right-handers.
You know, and watching him over at third yesterday, he looked like a third baseman. He didn't look like a first baseman playing third base.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Saw him before the game this afternoon, taking more ground balls over there, working with Jan Hervis Solarte and Glenn Hoffman. So just because he's not there in the game doesn't mean he wasn't working at it. He works the count full, and Bolsinger gets him. 2 straight strikeouts to start the 4th. And the Dodger right-hander may be finding his groove here and finding the feel for the curveball.
Well, now you're getting the frustration from the Padre hitters because he's starting to spin the baseball like he did up in Dodger Stadium. Showing different looks to the curveball, different speeds, adding that slider to it, but pitching backwards and performing very well and looking very like the Dodgers start.
Well, you keep thinking an offense is going to figure it out. Not only the Padres, other offenses around the league are going to figure out the curveball, but they haven't solved them yet.
Derek Norris takes a fastball outside. Bolsinger still yet to hit 90 miles per hour. Bolsinger last year with Arizona appeared in 10 games, started 9 of those, went 1-6 with an ERA of 5.5.
You know, Steve, so many hitters would implement the curveball machine in cage work. Were you one of those guys that did that, or is it just different shapes for different pitchers?
I did it early on in camp just so I could see some spinning balls and work on my approach on curveballs. I didn't like seeing a whole lot off a machine. I just like seeing them in games. But I would do it early in camp just to see what it looked like again to refresh my memory.
Fastball, and Norris swings through it at 88.
Jesse, at times, I mean, they have the Jugs machines or the ATEC machines that can throw curveballs and simulate that. But you just want to see the spin out of the machine. It's not a pitcher. You're not seeing mechanics. They're not hiding the baseball, but just trying to track the ball, let it get a little bit deeper because you tend to hit the ball a little bit out front from the hitter's perspective, and you see the swings and misses today from the Padres.
1-2 is a fastball called strike 3. Norris goes down looking as Bolsinger strikes out the side. He's set down 7 in a row. park at the park. Allie Sturm.
Yes, Jesse, I'm enjoying this beautiful day here at Petco with the fans, the Padres fans out here in the park. And I know everyone has a summer reading list, but did you all know that James Shields co-authored the book September Nights? It's a wonderful story. It's about the 2010 Tampa Bay Rays team as they handled the Heat in a critical part of their season. Everyone's got to check it out. And to learn more about the talents that encompass our ace, make sure you tune in on Fox Sports San Diego after Wednesday night's game. We have a spotlight on James Shields. The last spotlight was wonderful on Matt Kemp, so I am thoroughly excited to see this one on James. Guys?
All right, Allie, thanks a lot. James Shields, the author. James Shields, the change-up artist there. Spotlight coming up after that game in Oakland on Wednesday night. That one is ripped past Spangenberg and into right field. Leadoff single for Jimmy Rollins here in the 5th. 4th hit of the afternoon for Los Angeles. They've also walked 3 times against Shields.
Shields has really been flirting with danger in 4 of these innings here, getting the leadoff guy on. But he's managed to get it out with double plays. But sooner or later, that's going to catch up to you.
50 pitches for Shields as he gets going here in the top of the 5th inning. He's been efficient. He's gotten some help, as Steve Finley just said. Helped himself a little bit in that last inning with that 1-6-3 double play. Alberto Callaspo doubled and was thrown out at the plate by Matt Kemp trying to score. That's as close as we've come to a run this afternoon. And he takes a first pitch strike from Shields. Callaspo came into the game on Friday night after Adrian Gonzalez was ejected. Justin Turner was at third base. He moved to first, and Callaspo took over at third. Rollins can still steal a base, although he's not been that efficient at it this season. Just 6 of 10.
Well, 5th inning, Jesse, and this is a time of the game where managers try to manipulate a run, set the runners in motion, possible hit and run situation.
You also get a sense and a feel of how this one's going, and both pitchers pretty good.
Yeah, exactly right. And they have to have opportunities. They have to try to create space out there, especially in the infield. As we take a look at Don Mattingly, the Dodgers skipper.
A's will be here tomorrow and Tuesday. Padres will play them on Oakland on Wednesday and Thursday. We'll get an update on how they're doing up the 5. That one's into shallow left. Upton coming on, and he makes the catch. Just sort of hung up there. Callaspo retired, one away. And a big first out for Shields with the pitcher Bolsinger coming up. James Shields wrote a book.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
It's a huge deal. Can't even finish a book.
You got to find a good book. Then you can't put it down.
I found plenty of them, but 3/4 in, got something else to do.
Bolsinger popped out to Shields trying to bunt his first time up. That fastball backs him up. 1-0. What do you like? Your mystery guy? Non-fiction, pictures.
Yeah, I love pictures. Why not?
Well, Dr. Seuss.
Dr. Seuss, yes.
You could probably get through one of those.
Sam I Am.
I do not like green eggs and ham.
Exactly.
Bolsinger pops the bunt up again, this time back to the screen.
Well, he does not look comfortable. He popped up the first attempt for the out to James Shields, and
from this angle over here, his bat barrel is dropping every time he goes to bunt. So it's a good indication that this could be a pop-up.
Yeah. Starting pitchers or pitchers in general try to elevate their fastball, make it very difficult to get on top of the pitch, and also pitch in.
Bolsinger has 1 career sacrifice. It came last year, and this looks like it'll be number 2. Shields throws him out. A 1-4 sacrifice and 2 away.
Well, you think about opportunities lost, and for the Dodgers, Jock Peterson last night with the fake break, and he gets off 20 feet off the base and doesn't see the ball in the hitting area and it's an easy double play in the first inning that takes them out of an inning. And today, the line drive on the curveball, and he shuts it down. He takes a look and peek at the runner. But when you're advancing and you see that throw elevated from Matt Kemp, you advance to second base. He's sitting on first, and an easy force out at the end of the inning on Yasiel Puig's ground ball to short.
You even saw right there, Norris, after he applied the tag to Cayaspo for the out, he got up so fast in a hurry and looked over at second base to see if he was going to have a play on Peterson. And Jock was standing over at first. 0-1. Peterson has reached in 24 of his last 25 games as Shields and Norris maybe crossed up on that last pitch, going over some signs with Rollins at second base.
You know, Jesse, you always have teaching moments, and there's people that make some problems on the base pass especially, and those are conversations that you have to learn. But at this level, you have to do the little things. You have to create situations and get in scoring position. And knowing there's a guy on second base and you rattle it to right field, and Matt Kemp launching that ball, which was a great throw, but it's elevated. It's an easy read for the runner, just advancing to second base. He cruises into second base.
Well, you hit it right on the head, Swings. Once you leave that batter's box, you become a base runner, and you can't be thinking station to station. You got to be thinking, how can I advance to the next base after the one I'm running to? And you look for opportunities. Right there, it did not look like he was even thinking about an opportunity of going to second.
Yeah, and then you have James Shields. It's pitching with a guy in scoring position again. Just that stressful innings, and that's how you mount the attack, and a team offense becomes you're stealing runs.
Totally different inning if he's at second base, as Rollins is now. The 0-2 to Peterson. He goes down and grounds it into the shift. Spangenberg in shallow right throws him out. And another nice job of dancing out of it for James Shields. Still no score. Middle of the fifth. One, and they say there's more than one way to score a run. Certainly the case. It's over there. It's on the left. The A's now a 4-1 lead on the Angels. That game in the top half of inning number 6. Padres and the A's will play 4 straight, 2 at Petco and 2 at the Coliseum tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Military Sunday here at Petco Park, and a scoreless game between the Padres and the Dodgers. Rubber match of this 3-game series as Bolsinger starts Corey Spangenberg off with a breaking ball called strike. 0-1. Spangenberg has one of the 3 Padre hits, all of which came in the second inning. Bolsinger settled into a nice groove. He's retired 7 in a row, and 5 of the last 6 outs have come by a strikeout.
Well, Jesse, at times, and I thought we saw a better approach on the road, especially from the deeper part of the lineup. Corey Spangenberg here, Alexi Amarista. You got to have production in the bottom part of your lineup, especially in these tight games. And for Corey Spangenberg, just getting on, leading off an inning, creates all kinds of problems for the Dodgers with a speed element.
It was a 1-out single last time. Grandal wants the ball up, and he misses high, 2-2.
That's not velocity today for Mike Bolsinger. Obviously, the curveball that we touched on, the slider, pitching backwards, but for the fastball, it seemed the velocity's been below 90 miles an hour all day long.
Working up and away to Spangenberg so far this at bat, and Corey hits that one to the other side. Routine for Rollins, who gets the speedy Spangy. One away. As we take a look at the San Diego fans of the game, the Marine recruits out in right field here at Petco Park. Very deserving fans of the game. Amarista with 1 out and nobody aboard here in the bottom of the 5th. Steve Finley, as a batter, a hitter, maybe watching from the dugout or the on-deck circle, can you tell when a guy is kind of getting settled in, as Bolsinger appears to have over the course of this day?
You can. Right now it seems like he's got some kind of mind reading tool inside the Padres hitters. It seems like whenever they're looking curveball, he's throwing the fastball, and fastball, he's throwing the curveball. So, you don't want a guy like this to settle in, and you just keep figuring he's going to hang a curveball, but they're just not hitting it yet. And he's living on the outsides of the zones, like we said. It makes for a frustrating day more than a tough day.
Rick Honeycutt, the pitching coach for the Dodgers. Just looks like Bolsinger's throwing enough fastballs just to keep it in the minds of the Padre hitters. But the home plate umpire, Adrian Johnson's going to call strikes. He's giving him a bigger zone, so you have to be a little more aggressive, maybe even sit on that curveball until 2 strikes. Grandal's asked for it down. But you can see he has location, he has command of the curveball, different shapes.
And Sweens, I don't know about you, maybe you can speak to this, but I know sometimes with a guy throwing like this and you're really struggling against him, I move around in the box. I'll either try to move up on the plate and force him to come in, or move forward towards him to catch that breaking ball before it drops in the dirt.
Yeah, I like that, and you have to create that, because you see the catchers, they'll look at the stance, they'll try to create certain things that if you are moving in the batter's box, as we see from Alexi Amarista, but a lot of people tried to stay where they felt comfortable with, but things aren't working. You have to try to create some different moves.
It's that one out to center. Peterson on the run, reaching and catching, 2 away. Second nice running grab by Jock Peterson this afternoon. Amarista thought maybe he had extra bases. And now James Shields with 2 gone.
Again, strength up the middle and continuing to outrun these baseballs for Jock Peterson. Steve Finley, you patrolled center field in many places. What do you think of Jock Peterson?
He's done a fantastic job so far this year. He doesn't have electric speed, but the jumps he gets on the baseball is allowing him to outrun any of the mistakes he's made. So he's been impressive so far. I have my jury was out on him, but it's growing more and more in his favor as I watch him.
We'll be in that National League Rookie of the Year conversation as we get through this season, you'd imagine, along with at least one Chicago Cub.
1 or 5.
Yeah. Shields grounded to third, and he pops that one foul. 1-1.
Steve, to me as a center fielder, you remember Andrew Jones playing such a shallow center field. Is that something that you felt comfortable with, or what do you try to teach?
Well, it depends on the center fielder. Some guys like to go back. Some guys like to come in. I had no problem going back, so I like to play shallow to try to take away those base hits, because I felt way more balls were going to land in front of me and go over my head. And some guys don't feel comfortable going back at all, so they play a shade deeper, and then they're always anticipating a ball to come in.
The nuance of outfield defense. 1-2 to Shields, and he reaches for that curveball and grounds it into right field for a base hit. Bolsinger had set down 9 in a row, but James Shields collects his 6th hit of the season and a 2-out single.
You just got to love James Shields. It puts a smile on your face of how he competes on a baseball field. Takes this curveball and goes the other way. Watch him track the baseball. Head down on the baseball, his foot's down. He has intent to go the other way. I like the method of shifting the field with a guy that throws a breaking ball. I wanted to take that breaking ball the other way. If I pulled it just because I got out a little bit out front. Professional hitting by the starting pitcher of the Padres.
Venable, big swing and a miss at that one. It was a 1-2 pitch to Shields.
And Sweens, I think you hit it right on the head there. The way, to me, the way you beat a guy like this is to kind of take that opposite field approach, trying to stay through the ball to the opposite field. And if he hangs one in, you just react to it and hit it. That's the way you keep those fair instead of being out in front and yanking them foul.
Yeah, and that's the good point. When you're out in front, foul balls are just like a called strike to these starting pitchers. They want to change that timing aspect of hitters and just frustrate them. That's what Bolsinger has done to the Padres so far.
He's ahead of Venable, 0-2. Will struck out his last time. Grounded to second in his first at bat. And he hits that one past Gonzalez, past Kendrick into right field. Shields going to go first to third. Puig's going to come up firing, and he's in there as it gets away. Shields will retreat to the bag. And a little 2-out rally cooking for the Padres. Back-to-back hits by the pitcher Shields and Venable.
Shields just plays the game right, understands situations. And for Will Venable hitting that hole with Shields on first base, it's a nice tactic for a lot of hitters, especially with the curveball. And you see Shields running on Yasiel Puig.
And that's a great play by Shields right there, because there's a lot more opportunity to score from third base than there is second base, especially with the pitcher running out there.
So now Solarte, who's been great with runners in scoring position, especially with 2 outs. And that's the situation. Strike one.
Whoa!
It's been there most of the afternoon.
Yeah, there's some barking going on, and there should be. Adrian Johnson tosses him.
Mark Kotze, the hitting coach, getting run.
And I don't blame him on that one. I'm sitting here watching that pitch cross almost Solarte's name, it looked like, when he was standing in the batter's box.
Close pitch, and Bolsinger's been getting the high strike much of the day. Certainly to the frustration of the Padres. That one is a ball.
Well, here's the first pitch, and just the way he handled it, and you can see Yasmani Grandal pulling it down. That's what you see, and yes, you're going to get a reaction of it. It's a close game. This game is much needed for the Padres' perspective, and I don't mind that. You got to fight for your hitters.
Absolutely.
As you see, pitch 2 looked pretty good, but called a ball.
Sometimes we call that the makeup call.
Yeah.
Maybe Kotze earned that one for Solarte. Got in the umpire's head a little bit. Big spot here in the bottom of the 5th. And a curveball topped foul. 1-2. That was the count when James Shields got his base hit with 2 outs in the inning. Venable got a base hit on 0-2. There are those numbers with 2 outs and runners in scoring position for Solarte. 364. Venable goes from first, and the pitch is outside. And now 2 men in scoring position as Will steals his 5th base of the season. Tough guy to K. Shields at third, Venable at second.
A good opportunity for Will Venable to take a base and try to steal another run. Dodgers don't even cover.
There were 2 outs and nobody aboard when Shields stepped to the plate. He got a hit. Venable followed with 1. stole second, and now 2-2 to Solarte. Bolsinger misses, full count.
Right here is Solarte needs to try to stay within himself, not get too big. And on a full count, chances are he's not going to give him a good pitch to hit. He's going to try to make him chase with a base open right here. Really stay short to the ball, try to flip one out there to the outfield.
Base open, but you look over and Justin Upton is on the on-deck circle. Probably going to get a decent pitch to hit right here.
Misses badly, and Solarte works a walk. And the bases are loaded for Justin Upton.
Probably the first time in the game that Mike Bolsinger looked like he was overthrowing the curveball. See Rick Honeycutt going out to have a conversation with him and calming him down in a big spot for Justin Upton.
Looked like it was going to be another routine inning for Bolsinger. He had retired 9 in a row. He had James Shields 1 and 2. And the Padres pitcher singled to right. Venable came up. Bolsinger had him 0 and 2. And he singled. Last night, Justin Upton, the big hit in the 8th off of Zach Greinke. Monster shot out to left center field. And a nice almost catch by the fan. Play was reviewed by the crew chief, Bill Miller. We're still not quite sure why.
Well, predominantly they have pitched Justin Upton on the outside part of the plate. Let's see if he takes a look at that. He can cover off the plate as well.
Upton's grand slam this year came in support of James Shields at Dodger Stadium. And that curveball is a called strike.
And Steve, that's the backup breaking ball right there that caught the top part of the strike zone.
That's a good job by Justin taking that pitch, because that's typically a swing and miss or a pop-up.
Bolsinger's been getting ahead of guys this inning, but they've been getting on base. That one's up the middle, base hit, and the Padres are going to take the lead. 1 run is in. Here comes Venable, and he will score. A 2-run single for Justin Upton. And the Padres strike in the 5th. A 2-out rally started by a James Shields base hit.
And you know what, Jesse, you got to go back to how James Shields created this problem. 2 strike hitting, and then also going first to third, set up a lot of opportunities for the San Diego Padres. And then the bad breaking ball and the great approach by Justin Upton, working the middle of the field. That's the big hit the Padres needed. Gives a lot of encouragement to James Shields. And why not, Buddy Black? He loves it.
Sweens, what do we call that? A little 2-out lightning?
You got it.
Shields helping himself. Upton helping the club again. Padres get to Bolsinger for the first time this year. And here's Matt Kemp. Outside, ball 1. Matt drove in a run last night. Solarte off second. Upton at first. Gets the call, 1-1. Bolsinger had been so efficient through the first 4 innings. And at the start of this 5th inning, but the Padres have run up the pitch count the best way possible by getting on base. Kemp plays off, 2-1.
Yeah, you see Matt Kemp make an adjustment from his setup. He's lowering his hands just a little bit. And it's the timing aspect. He's been late on a lot of balls through this tough stretch.
Yeah, Sweens, I was just noticing the same thing. Looks like he's not quite comfortable with it yet, but once that settles in, well, hitting is all confidence, as we know. And once he gets that confidence rolling, I think good things are going to start happening for him.
I agree. J.P. Howell warming up in the Dodgers bullpen. But for Matt Kemp, just being behind, staying out, and getting out of the strike zone, sometimes the benefits of this new approach will be coming moving forward. He's working in the cages, trying to get that timing aspect back in his approach.
Hitters count for Kemp. And did he hold up? He did. Bases loaded again. And with the left-handed hitting Yonder Alonso coming up, we'll see.
Yeah, he holds up, and nice job. And that's the strength of the hands by Matt Kemp. And that encouragement, and that'll give him confidence. This is when Tim Wallach, the bench coach of the Dodgers, and also Don Mattingly trying to script out the rest of the game.
Grandal going out to talk to Bolsinger. Maybe a stall tactic with the left-handed Howell heating up. Saw Yonder hit a grand slam in Cincinnati against the left-hander.
You know, Jesse, Mike Bolsinger we've already talked about the numbers coming into this start, but you look at some of his starts. The second time Colorado Rockies faced him, they touched him up. The first start didn't let up any runs. Second start, 4 earned runs. This game is about adjustments, and you see the Padres make an adjustment in this inning.
Here's Mattingly will now come out of the dugout, and after as much time as he could, he'll go to retrieve Bolsinger and bring in the lefty J.P. Howell. Familiar spot for Yonder Alonso. A recent grand slam against the Reds. Against the left-handed reliever, he'll have another chance as the Padres try and bust this one open. They've gotten 2, looking for more in the bottom of the 5th. Casino, only 25 miles from Petco Park. By Jack in the Box. Try the new Double Jack today, only at Jack in the Box. And by Jerome's, proud sponsor of the best seats in the house. USS Midway, just up the street here in San Diego. Pitching change for the Dodgers as the left-hander J.P. Howell comes on in relief of Mike Bolsinger.
Well, it's not velocity for J.P. Howell. Tops out at 89 miles an hour with a fastball. Fastball, curveball, changeup. Got to get him in the strike zone. Likes to manipulate in and out of the strike zone.
Bases loaded, 2 outs. Padres have gotten 2, all with 2 outs. And it's ball 1 to Alonso. Solarte, the runner, at third. Upton at second, and Matt Kemp just walked to chase Bolsinger from the game. Bolsinger threw 31 pitches this inning. 20 of them came after he got the first 2 outs. One 0 to Alonso, And he rolls it over to the first base side. Adrian Gonzalez makes the play, and that's it for the Padres. Howell comes in, and he gets his man, but the Padres do get on the board. Nice job with 2 outs by San Diego. It all started with a James Shields base hit. Justin Upton delivering the 2-out RBI single. He brought Shields' Invenable home, and the Padres lead 2-0 after 5. Going to the 6th inning, the Padres a 2-0 lead over the Dodgers. After a little 2-out magic, Army members and their families from the San Diego Army Recruiting Company were brought to the game today on the Fan Express, courtesy of National University. To date, National University has given more than $1 million in scholarships to current and former military. Welcome to all of you as James Shields goes back to work. He started things off offensively in the bottom of the 5th for San Diego. Now tries to protect a 2-0 lead. And he's got Puig, Gonzalez, and Kendrick coming up. And kind of a similar situation as his last start.
Yeah, Jesse, and if you think about the last start and running the bases for starting pitchers, you wonder how they're going to bounce back the next inning. Be something to monitor how James Shields handles this by going first to third, scoring, and just being on the bases for a long inning.
He had the 5-0 lead on Tuesday in Atlanta. Ran the bases a little bit in the top of the 6th, and in the bottom half, the Braves had their big inning. Very efficient day for Shields, who has yet to retire the side in order, but has done a great job of pitching out of whatever jams he's found himself in. Inside. Puig has hit the ball on the ground both times. Trying to extend his hitting streak to 7 games.
That's a nice slider by James Shields. After moving his feet the previous pitch and going to the breaking ball to get the swing and miss.
Got him. 3rd strikeout of the afternoon for Shields, the 101st of his season, and he gets Puig to start the 6th.
And pitching both sides of the plate, the curveball on the other side, and then the slider that comes back on the plate. Nice pitch by James Shields, executing his plan.
Adrian Gonzalez walked his last time up, grounded into a double play the first time. As we check the Cholula flamethrower, Shields can get it up there when he needs to.
That's hot sauce.
Yeah. Adrian the other way and into the seats. 1-1. Gonzalez has grounded into 4 double plays in this series. Nicely done. 1-2. Looks so casual standing there. It comes out at 92 miles per hour. Got him. Slider from Shields, and back-to-back strikeouts here in the 6th.
James Shields is locking it in. Complete command of both sides of the plate. And that cutter on the outside part. So many weapons.
Got Puig, got Gonzalez. Now Howie Kendrick at the plate. And he chases the high fastball. Kendrick and Shields have locked up a good number of times from their American League days. Howie with the Angels, Shields with Tampa and Kansas City. Showed you the numbers earlier. Great numbers for Kendrick against Shields, but big time held in check so far this afternoon. On the ground to short. Routine. And a great answer for James Shields. A 1-2-3 inning with a couple of strikeouts. And we go to the bottom of the 6th. All smiles at Petco Park. By Geico, September 30th, 2009 against the Dodgers. Clayton Richard, Mike Adams, and Luke Gregerson combined for a one-hitter against the Dodgers. The only hit, Matt Kemp, a single in the first inning, one of 28 one-hitters.
How about the speed by Mark Loretta getting down the line in a Dodger uniform?
Hey, man, he's got to hustle, no matter the situation.
Also, Detroit skipper Brad Ausmus was on that club in the Dodgers, but nice pitching effort by the Pods.
The old combined one-hitter. Boltinger had one of those last time against the Padres. Not the case today. As J.P. Howell stays in, and he's working to Derek Norris, who's 0 for 2. James Shields authored a 2-out rally in the bottom of the 5th inning, and then he came back with a 1-2-3 sixth.
I see you working there.
Yeah.
The author. I tell you, I have a tough time reading books the whole time.
Have you tried like on your iPad?
No.
No.
We all have our strengths and weaknesses, right?
Just got to know them. Norris lays off that one from Howell. Great to see Shields answer back with that quick inning, particularly Puig, Gonzalez, Kendrick.
Yeah, that's the heart of the order, and you go out there and get your team right back on the offensive side. That's what you want to do after an inning of solving Bolsinger and helping yourself, but also getting those 3 quick outs.
Shields due up 4th this inning. As you saw, he's already got the batting gloves on, preparing himself to go back out there.
He does not want to come out of this game.
Norris was 0-2, now a full count from the veteran left-hander, J.P. Howell.
I love reading.
It's fundamental.
Nice little short, quick article. Long books, not so much.
That's why you love Twitter. 140 characters, you're in and out.
In and out, Burger.
Norris in the air to center. Peterson on the run again. This time he's got time. And he makes the catch for the first out here in the 6th. Nice crowd here. And good crowds all weekend for these games against the Dodgers. Sellout last night of over 43,000. Had 39,000 on Friday night. Got to figure you're in range again here on a Sunday. They're reading Twitter. Spangenberg 1 for 2.
Oh.
And a little number out in front of the plate. Howell, the lefty, has to spin, throw, and he got it.
J.P. Howell pouncing on this, and an accurate throw and a strong throw to Gonzalez.
That's a nice job. So Howell, who came in to get the final out of the 5th inning, gets the first 2 here in the 6th. Alexi Amarista flew out for the 2nd out last inning, and you kind of figured it was going to be more of the same, but James Shields after that. Base hit. Venable followed with 1, a walk to Solarte, and then the 2-run single from Justin Upton as the Padres put together that 2-out rally against Bolsinger. Grandal set up away, and it's rolled back to Howell. He flips to Gonzalez. And back-to-back 1-3 putouts and a 1-2-3 inning for J.P. Howell. Padres still leading after 6. James Shields trying to go to 8-0. Howie Kendrick swinging there. Shields not a ton of strikeouts, but he's had them when he's needed them. He's also helped himself out defensively, starting the old 1-6-3 double play. Jock Peterson looked like he might have given the Dodgers an early lead, but Matt Kemp with a great throw from right field in the third inning to cut down Alberto Callaspo at the plate. Nice tag by Derek Norris. That kept the game scoreless until Justin Upton stepped up in the bottom of the fifth inning and lined that one to center field. A 2-out, 2-run single to give the Padres a 2-0 lead, and that is the score as James Shields goes back to work here in the seventh inning. 6 shutout frames for the Padre ace so far. Grandal, Ethier, and Rollins here in the seventh, and we talk a lot about number of innings these starting pitchers go in a game. We'd love to see more and more, of course. The key for Shields going deeper into games.
Yeah, ask Buddy Black today how he can go deeper in the game. He's gone twice, 7 innings. This is a guy that wants to finish the game with that mentality, and today being very efficient. He said, you know, Buddy Black's point was you have to have conviction with every single pitch, and you've got to execute like you're going to get an out on every pitch, not try to set up too many hitters. So many times, Jesse, in this day and age, you see a lot of these young pitchers will come up and you'll have 100 pitches already in the 5th inning. They're trying to set up and get 0-2 counts, go full count. But to get deeper in ball games, you have to have conviction with every pitch. Thought that was a great point by Buddy Black.
Just about the same spot as the previous one. This time he doesn't get the call. And a 3-1 count from Shields to the always dangerous Yasmani Grandal. Shields went 7 2 starts ago against the Mets. He's done it, as Mark was saying, 3 times this year. But he's certainly a guy that's capable of going the distance. Yasmani hits that one in the air to left center. Upton calling. And he makes the catch for the first out. Go back to 2011. James Shields, more complete games than any other pitcher in baseball.
Really tells the story and the mentality that James Shields has. And said on our open, well, you see the record from James Shields in 7-0 coming into this start. You'd think that he would have a complete game, but you have to have the mentality. And one of the reasons why A.J. Preller and his staff go after a James Shields is exactly that, to be the example of the staff.
7 in a row now retired by Shields. And first pitch swinging, Ethier to deep right. Kemp giving it a look, and it's gone into the Petco porch and right. Shields had gone 3 straight starts without allowing a homer, but Ethier takes him deep, and the Dodgers are on the board here in the 7th.
Well, improved Andre Ethier, and this looks like a high changeup. You can hear the sound on Andre Ethier just barreling that ball up and hits into the Petco porch.
Ethier's 9th homer of the season. He's got a triple and a home run here today as Rollins takes a fastball strike. Former Padre Jesse Hahn returns to Petco Park tomorrow. Join us at 6:30 on Fox Sports San Diego as Tyson Ross looks for win number 4. But still plenty of business to attend to here against the Dodgers. Strike 3 to Rollins. 2 away. Tough series for Jimmy Rollins. Padres have handled him well.
Well, this is an effective pitch for James Shields today. The backdoor cutter to the left-handers. That ball is off the plate on our Fox tracks, and he's getting it because of his command today.
Callaspo 1 for 2 with a double. And that one misses outside. Shields very efficient so far. Nibbling there with the changeup, doesn't get the call, and I think everybody today realizes you're probably going to get some of those pitches away from the left-handed batter. So why not try? Goes there again, and it's looped foul.
Well, again, Jesse, if you watch the game and you're a bench player or you're involved in the game, you have to watch the umpire, the home plate umpire's strike zone. And for both sides, he's been wide. You've seen a lot of conversations from the hitters. Tells me you have to be aggressive early in the counts.
Been some chirping from both dugouts at different points in this game, as you see Frank Garces get going in the bullpen. Padre hitting coach Mark Kotze ejected from the dugout after he took issue with a call from the home plate umpire. Callaspo takes strike 2. Kotze ejected just twice as a player.
Oh, I love the passion. I don't have any problem with it.
Keeping track of the National League West for you. Diamondbacks and the Giants as Matt Kemp retrieves a loose baseball. Sean Kelly has joined Garces. Double-barreled action. Three-two to Callaspo, and he got him. Chased the pitch down, and another strikeout for James Shields. That was his 6th. The Dodgers do get a run. A homer from Andre Ethier. As we turn it over to public address announcer Alex Miniak, God bless America, here on this Sunday.
Stand and welcome Captain Thomas Tao from the California Army National Guard. Please sing along as he presents God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Padres with a 2-1 lead here at the bottom of the 7th inning. Looks like this one will be put into the hands of the bullpen. Buddy Black pinch hitting for James Shields here, leading off the bottom of the 7th. Melvin Upton Jr. stands in, looking for his first hit in a Padre uniform. Started the game on Friday night in center field. And J.P. Howell still in. Quick inning last inning after getting the final out of the 5th. Done a really nice job out of the bullpen for the Dodgers each of the last couple of years, and that has continued here in 2015. Ball 2.
Well, Jesse, as advertised, James Shields with a great pitching effort today. Only that one blemish, the home run by Andre Ethier.
Upton swings through that one. 2-1. Melvin Jr. reinstated from the disabled list last Monday. He pinch ran that night in Atlanta. Has started a couple of games. And ball 3. In between innings, James Shields and his pinch hitter, Melvin Upton Jr., getting together, and Shields trying to pump up his pinch hitter.
Yeah, he said, let's do this. Well, this is the motivator and, my estimation, the leader out here.
Ground ball to Callaspo, and that's the first out here in the bottom of the 7th inning as we head up to AT&T Park to check in on the Giants and the Diamondbacks. Bases loaded. Chris Owings to center field. That brings home a couple as the Diamondbacks extended their lead, and Arizona now up 4-0, I believe, on the Giants. Diamondbacks a game and a half in back of the Padres. San Francisco game and a half in front of the Padres.
And you wonder where the San Francisco Giants are without Hunter Pence. Started the season off with an injury, and they didn't play very well, and he's hurt again.
Back on the disabled list. They're a different team with him in there. He's one of those guys on one of those teams. Left wrist tendinitis for Pence. Venable tries to drag one up the first baseline, and that is an absolutely perfect bunt. Second hit of the day for Venable.
Well, against the left-hander, you want to take this bunt with you. And for Will Venable, just placing it on that perfect situation to lay down the bunt past the pitcher Howell as he tries to give an effort at that baseball, but that was in no man's land, and easy hit for Will Venable. You know who loves that effort? Dave Roberts right there, the bench coach of the San Diego Padres. Early work, constantly working on that craft of bunting. Will Venable with an outstanding bunt.
Solarte's walked a couple of times this afternoon. Venable at first base stole a base back in the 5th. Howell stares right at him and comes home with strike 1. Solarte batting right-handed for the first time today as Benoit starts to get going. Figure we'll see him in the 8th. 2 straight at bats. Solarte not quite sure about strike 1 from the home plate umpire, Adrian Johnson. Tops that one foul. So Shields will turn it over to the bullpen. Just 86 pitches in his 7 innings. Mark Grant will often let us know that Major League average for pitches in an inning is roughly 16.5. Shields never threw more than 15 in an inning today.
Outstanding effort by him, and how he goes about his business. And it was started by the first inning. He walked the first hitter, Jock Peterson. Gets the ground out at shortstop and gets Adrian Gonzalez to hit into one of the double plays. Only 10 pitches in the first inning. That set the tone.
Justin Upton's got the RBIs. 2-run single in the 5th. Dodgers probably won't mind getting away from Justin Upton for a while. One-run game in the bottom of the 7th. Good speed at first base. 1 out. Solarte down in the count with Upton on deck. Each of the first 2 games this series decided by just 1 run. This one's tight as well as Solarte lines it into left field for a base hit. Venable's going to try and go to third. The throw from Ethier, not in time. More great base running from Will Venable. Saw him stretch a single into a double last night. Goes first to third on that liner to left.
Well, this is a great swing by Solarte. But what I love about this play, Will Venable watches Andre Ethier put his head down, and he goes on the reaction. Andre Ethier plays right field most of the time. Accurate throwing arm. But watch how Will Venable makes the decision. The play's in front of him, and he just used his speed to outrun this throw. Put the pressure on.
Don Mattingly going to make a double switch, it would appear, with the pitcher's spot due up to lead off the 8th inning. Jimmy Rollins coming out of the game along with J.P. Howell. Padres looking for some more runs. They are into the Dodger bullpen, leading by 1 in the 7th. Confidence you get when your ace is on the mound. As he succeeds, you can't help but follow his lead. Today, with a series against your rival on the line, that confidence is needed more than ever. It's time to show the Dodgers this division race is far from over. It's time to beat LA. James Shields certainly leading the way here this afternoon against LA. Not just on the mound, where he threw 7 stellar innings, but also at the plate. Started the 2-out rally that has so far led to the only scoring of the day for the Padres. Chris Hatcher coming in for Don Mattingly in relief of J.P. Howell to face Justin Upton.
Saw Chris Hatcher in the first game, as we see Hernandez taking over at shortstop for Jimmy Rollins in the double switch. Strikeout an inning for Hatcher.
Runners on the corners, and strike 1 to Upton. Just at the knees. Last time up, drove in 2. Venables at third base, Solarte at first. Been a big zone all day.
Both sides.
Yep. Up, down, left, right. Dodgers, Padres. Got to make adjustments. As Upton misses the 96-mile-per-hour fastball from Hatcher. Saw Hatcher on Friday night in the first game of this series. Got the first two men he faced, and then Will Middlebrooks collected a single against him. And that was it for Chris Hatcher. Upton in the hole, 0-2. A lot of the Padres' hits today have come with 2 strikes. And he got him. Paints the outside corner. So Chris Hatcher comes out of the bullpen and gets his man. Upton not happy. 2 away.
Fox Tracks by Nissan have this right on the corner. The perfect pitcher's pitch.
Matt Kemp. Walked his last time up. Hit the ball hard to center field his first time. Nice running catch by Jock Peterson. Benoit and Kelly up for the Padres, who are trying to tack on some room for their bullpen to work with. Hatcher out of the bullpen, struck out Justin Upton. Now dealing with Matt Kemp. It's that one in the air to right field, shallow. Puig over towards the line and in the corner makes the catch just in fair territory. And that's it for the Padres here in the 7th. A 1-run game as we go to the 8th.
Sunday, and right now a very nice Padre 2-1 lead over the Dodgers top of the 8th inning. Steve Finley, Mike Pomeranz working on Padres Live, the postgame show, which will be brought to you by Cox Communications. We'll break down everything that happened on the field, but it really starts with James Shields, who battled today.
He really did battle. He had 4 out of the first 6 innings, had the leadoff runners on, but he found a way. He found a way. Right here, big strikeout of Jimmy Rollins. Big pickup by Matt Kemp there, right here off the Jock Peterson single to throw out Kayasbo at home. Great throw all the way in the air to nail him right there, and great tag by Norris. You know, he's got a big double plays when he needed them. 7 strong innings, right where we want it, and now we got Benoit here for the 8th.
Yeah, the only Nick, Andre Ethier home run. It's a 2-1 ball game, so things going well right now for the Padres. Hope it continues when we see you after the final out, Jesse and Mark. One other thing we're going to pass along to you is a tremendous piece of history for the Washington Nationals today. We're going to have the highlights and the story when we see you after the final out, guys.
All right, Mike and Steve, looking forward to checking that all out as Kike Hernandez stands in for the first time today, came in as part of a double switch, and Joaquin Benoit for the first time this series.
Joaquin Benoit last pitched on the last game of the series in Atlanta. See, against righties, just dominating righties. 3 for 44.
Hernandez tips that one into Norris's mitt. Yeah, Benoit, the batting average against, it's best in all of baseball among relievers. Perfect 8th inning the other night. Home run in Atlanta, the appearance before that. Trying to keep this a 1-run game and set up Craig Kimbrell. That one's popped up, but out of play. It's everything you need to know right there.
Says it all.
Hi there.
And thank you for your shirt.
Tuesday was the aberration for Benoit, who has been himself this year. That one is skied to shallow left. Upton. One away.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the San Diego Padres. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Diego Padres.
Jock Peterson and Benoit. These two have matched up before. Got to respect Peterson's power. His 17 homers. Tied for the 4th most home runs in the National League. And in these tight ball games, every pitch matters. May 22nd, a Friday night in Los Angeles. Peterson leading off the 8th against Benoit, and they both knew it right away. That was the difference in the game. A 2-1 Dodger victory. Ooh.
Yeah, he sold out on the four-seam fastball and got the cutter in on his hands. Heads up. Commit your swing and then you just bail out. Got to pitch Jock Peterson inside.
That one leaks over the plate. And now 2-2. Padres beat Greinke last night. Almost had Kershaw on Friday night.
How about Clayton Kershaw rocking the flip downs?
Got to be ready for a pop-up in the dugout. Two to Peterson. Nice job by Norris, making that one look closer than it was, and a full count to the Dodgers center fielder. Grounded foul. Take a look back at our next telecast tomorrow, 6:30 TV time. And a souvenir.
That's the best.
Benoit likes to take his time between pitches. Peterson, a couple of times in this at bat, asking for time of his own. And another 3-2, and another foul ball. Good little battle. Peterson a walk, a single. His first couple times up, grounded to second in his last at bat. Another payoff pitch and another ground ball. This time fair, right to Alonso, and 2 away. As we check back in on our keys to the game, which are brought to you by your San Diego Honda dealers.
Well, if we look at those keys, and he hangs and bangs, and Bolsinger looked very comfortable for 4 innings, and then the Padres in the 5th totally changed their approach, and it was because of James Shields' 2-strike hitting. And right now, if they hold the lead, we're going to hear the entry song of Craig Kimbrell.
Benoit 1 out away from keeping this a 1-run game. And that out, you hope, is Yasiel Puig. Couple of ground outs and a strikeout this afternoon. And that one just misses.
There he goes with his barrel of his bat, just attacking his body, slapping his head.
Maybe the last chance for Puig to extend his hitting streak to 7 games. Shields struck him out looking in his last at bat. At a play, 1-1. They'll check it first. He went.
Well, the crew chief, Bill Miller, says he does go, and he did.
Clearly. In the bottom of this inning, Alonso, Norris, and Spangenberg will be the scheduled hitters for the Padres. San Diego trying to take a series from LA for the first time this year. Fans have noticed that the strike zone's been big. Maybe not that big. Two-two to Yasiel Puig, and a full count. Change up in the dirt from Benoit. Adrian Gonzalez looms in the on-deck circle. Ball 4. Big spot. Benoit and Gonzalez. Fourth plate appearance for Gonzalez this afternoon. Grounded into a double play. Walked and struck out his last time against Shields.
Alexi, Spangenberg, and Alonso on the right side. Solarte on the left.
April 7th. Well, Gonzalez was so red hot in that opening series against the Padres. 5 homers in those first 3 games. He got Benoit in what was a 7-3 win for the Padres. San Diego had that huge 9th inning. Beat up Chris Hatcher. Hits that one. Oh, and it's past Spangenberg and into the right field corner. Puig is running hard. He's being waved. Kemp's throw is cut off, and the throw to the plate, not in time. Going to third, and he's in.
It looked like he was sitting on this pitch. This looks like a changeup down and in. Adrian Gonzalez has been an RBI machine in his career. Yasiel Puig comes around from first base and scores a tying run.
Major League leading 22nd double of the year for Adrian Gonzalez. He goes to third on the throw. And that's strike 1 to Howie Kendrick. Spangenberg with a great effort in the shift. Almost got to it. Nothing in 2. Benoit got Kike Hernandez to fly to left. He got Jock Peterson to ground to first with 2 outs, a 3-2 pitch missing to Yasiel Puig, and then Adrian Gonzalez an RBI double. 2-2 game. Now 2 outs in the 8th. Got him. Kendrick chases the high heat, and Benoit comes up with a strikeout to end the inning, but the Dodgers tie it as we go to the bottom of the 8th. Brought to you by Mercury Insurance. Log on to mercuryinsurance.com today and see how much you could save. By Petco, what we feed them matters. And by USAA, official military appreciation partner of the San Diego Padres. Will Venable and his uncle, the Colonel. Throughout the first pitch today, the Marine recruits up in right field, and Yonder Alonso going to lead off the 8th inning in a tie game, 2-2 between the Padres and the Dodgers. Adam Libator has faced one batter in this series. It was Friday night, and it was Yonder Alonso.
Two-pitch pitcher, heavy on the fastball, reaches up to 96, likes to pitch up in the strike zone with his fastball.
Libator came on to get the third out in the 8th inning on Friday night. Alonso flew to center against him. Yonder this afternoon against the Dodgers, 1 for 3. San Diego going to try and make a winner out of Joaquin Benoit. Benoit got the first 2 outs in the 8th, but a walk to Puig and an RBI double by Gonzalez tied the game 2-2. Dodgers have scored in each of the last 2 innings. Hit well. Peterson on the run, and he makes the catch. He's got that great side-to-side range in center field.
We've seen some good plays by Peterson, the young center fielder for the Dodgers, positioned perfectly against Yonder Alonso going the other way. I'm impressed with the young man.
Derek Norris. Big 2-run homer in the 7th inning on Friday night. Along with Justin Upton, he has supplied some of the late inning heroics for the San Diego team this year. Had the walk-off grand slam against the Pirates a couple of weeks ago. Doesn't get the call on the low strike. 2-1. At the start of the game, we talked about all the late inning heroics the Padres have had this year. Solarte in the 11th against the Braves the other day. Mentioned the Norris slam. Upton last night, of course. And Norris Friday night. 2-run shot gave the Padres the lead, but the bullpen unable to hold it. But a huge hit in a big spot. And now full count. Liberatore came to the Dodgers this offseason. Was with Tampa Bay in their organization. One of the lefty options out of the pen for Don Mattingly. Got him.
Well, everything down to earlier in the bat, and then elevates the fastball to get Derek Norris. Seeing a heavy dose of fastballs from the left-hander.
He can get it up there. Last one at 95 miles per hour. Both Padre runs, which came in the 5th inning, came with 2 outs. Strike 1 to Spangenberg, who's 1 for 3 with a single. Grandal, Ethier, and the pitcher's spot up in the 9th for the Dodgers. Amy Garcia. Spangenberg tips that one at the plate, 0-2. Those high fastballs can be so enticing.
Yeah, and he likes to pitch up in the strike zone. Obviously, the velocity helps.
Got him. Right down the middle. And Liberatore comes out of the bullpen and retires the Padres in order. Will go to the 9th. Still tied 2-2. Like he had an RBI base hit early in this game, but Matt Kemp with a bullet from right field, throwing Callaspo out at the plate. Derek Norris reaching for the tag, and high fives for Kemp for something done defensively. Justin Upton doing it offensively. A 2-run single in the 5th inning that gave the Padres a 2-0 lead. Andre Ethier, though, cut that lead in half. Solo homer off of James Shields in the 7th inning. And then Adrian Gonzalez tied it in the 8th, an RBI double to bring home Yasiel Puig with 2 outs off of Joaquin Benoit. And that started us back even 2-2. That's the score as we go to the 9th. And the closer, Craig Kimbrell, out on the hill in this tie game.
Well, in our keys, we wanted to listen to the jungle, but for Craig Kimbrell coming in on a tie ball game, his job is just to get the Padres that opportunity to win the game in the 9th.
Kimbrell will face Grandal, Ethier, and the pitcher's spot. Yasmani homered yesterday, leading off the 3rd. 1-1. James Shields started for the Padres. He will not pick up his 8th win. He will stay 7-0. Way out in front of the curve. 1-2. Shields allowed just a run on 5 hits in 7 innings. Got Grandal to fly out a couple of times. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. Got him. Grandal no match with the Kimbrell curve, 1 away.
There, Grandal walks back to the dugout looking at the home plate umpire, but not picking the curveball up out of the hands of Craig Kimbrell.
Kimbrell gets the first. And the ever-dangerous Andre Ethier. Wow. Strike 1. 0 for 9, 7 strikeouts against Kimbrell.
Well, he can make a lot of people look silly. It's velocity, but he hides the baseball. 2-pitch pitcher, but that power curveball, when they sell out on the fastball, you get some awkward swings.
Strike 2. Ethier's home run in the 7th got the Dodgers on the board. He also tripled in the 2nd. Kimbrell trying to strike him out again. Did he hold up? He did. At least according to the third base umpire, Jim Wolf.
Yes, he did. He held up.
Holds up again on a curveball down, and again Jim Wolf says he did not go. 2-2. Ethier has started all 3 games of this series for the Dodgers. Scott Van Slyke on a rehab assignment with Rancho Cucamonga. They expect him to return for their next homestand, which will begin after they go to Texas. Dodgers fly out after this game to Arlington.
Man, are the Texas Rangers playing good baseball?
Padres will stay at home.
Rangers only 1.5 back of the Houston Astros.
Outside, ball 3.
They're 0-2 to 3-2, and it's because of Andre Ethier and his success here at Petco Park, trying to dot that outside corner with the fastball.
As Mark said, Kimbrel had him 0-2. Now the 8th pitch of the at-bat. Just missing low, ball 4.
Let's watch how Craig Kimbrel attacks Andre Ethier. The first 2 pitches were absolutely perfect on the outside. And then Andre Ethier went to work, taking 2 curveballs and staying in the strike zone, fouling off the tough pitcher's pitches. Right there, that was the perfect pitch, and then walking on the ball below the strike zone. Good at bat by Andre Ethier.
Buddy Black scratching Justin Turner's name off the bench for the Dodgers as he steps in to pinch hit. Turner started the first couple games of this series at third base. 2 for 11 as a pinch hitter this year, but both hits were home runs. That's a home run swing, but he misses. 0-1. Double play ball has been there for Padre pitchers in this series. Kimbrel got one last night while picking up his 16th save. Turner at this series in third base. He's also started games at first, at second, at short. Falls into that super sub category as several of these Dodgers did.
Versatility of the National League. The benefit of the manager, Don Mattingly.
2-1. Last night in the save situation, we brought up Craig Kimbrel's ERA. Now for a closer, really, what you're looking at is saves in save opportunities, but you're going to be asked to pitch in these kinds of situations as well, tie games at home. And Kimbrel trying to keep this a 2-2 ball game.
And maintaining that intensity no matter what situation it is.
Nice one. 2-2. Ethier drew a 1-out walk. He's at first. Turner pinch hitting for the pitcher. Got him. 98-mile-per-hour fastball. He had Turner reaching 2 away.
We got to really go back to the curveball, the previous pitch, and it sets up this fastball. It's in the mind of Justin Turner, and he blows him away with a heater. High leg kick and above the barrel.
Gallaspo has seen Kimbrel once. He doubled off Shields in the third. And as you saw, Matt Kemp threw him out trying to score.
Well, most closers don't have a great pickoff move, and this is an opportunity for Andre Ethier, who does have pretty good speed, to try to get in scoring position.
Callaspo acquired in the Juan Uribe trade with the Braves a couple of weeks ago, but he was not teammates with Craig Kimbrell in Atlanta. He had signed with the Braves as a free agent this offseason. So I guess they were in spring training together, but not a lot of familiarity. He was teammates with Derek Norris in Oakland. Strikeout, walk, strikeout so far here in the ninth. Amarista, the pitcher, and Venable, 8, 9, and 1, due up in the bottom of the ninth. Ground ball up the middle. Spangenberg ranging towards second. Will flip to Amarista. Nicely done. Craig Kimbrell does his job in the ninth. And he gets a little bit of an assist from the middle infield. Corey Spangenberg, the pick, the flip, and we go to the bottom of the ninth. 2-2.
Padres, wherever you are, MLB.com At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com at Bat for your smartphone or tablet.
Juan Nicasio cracked a fingernail this week, missed a little bit of time, but we'll see him here. First time in this series for the former Rocky.
We see the left-handers with a high average. Alexi Amarista leading off the inning. Very important to get that leadoff hitter on base. Create some problems. Clint Barmas is on the on-deck circle.
Barmas with a home run off of Clayton Kershaw in the first game of this series. Padres have 9 wins in their final at-bat this season. Nicasio, a starter for much of his career with Colorado. Tried him out as a reliever last year, traded this offseason to the Dodgers. Pitched last on Wednesday when he left with that fingernail issue. and that's outside, 1-1.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts for Juan Nicasio. Fastball, slider, changeup. It's up to 99 miles an hour on the fastball.
Big swing and a miss from Alexi, 1-2. We started the game talking about late inning heroics for San Diego, including last night. Way ahead of the Dodgers. The National League lead in late RBIs as Alexi goes the other way. Leadoff single for Amarista.
Just great two-strike hitting for Alexi Amarista. Going the other way with 2 strikes. Seeing the ball off the plate and being able to handle it. It's elevated, so it's a lot easier for the hitter. But that average goes up against Nicasio for the left-handers.
So the potential winning run is aboard for the Padres in the bottom of the 9th. Clint Barmes will be the pinch hitter. Did not see Clint in last night's game, but as mentioned, a home run on Friday. Couple of hits for Barmes as he squares to bunt and takes a ball low. See the overall numbers on this season.
Well, Jesse, with the corners in, and especially Adrian Gonzalez, very astute at first base and bunt plays. You got to be very careful in these situations. I like to bunt it right back to the pitcher, soften it up just a little bit, put it in his hands. We see the defense. Callaspo in on the grass.
Barmes squares again, and he bunts it back to the pitcher. Nicasio's got the one play. It's a flip, and a nice job by Kendrick handling the high throw. One away, a successful sacrifice by Barmes, and the winning run in scoring position for the Padres.
Well, executing the little things, and Clint Barmes getting congratulations from his teammates. I like this. You put the bunt down and you get it in the pitcher's hands. They feel very uncomfortable. This almost got ugly. But credit Clint Barmes for doing the right thing, doing the little things.
He's been contributing every way he's been asked. Will Venable, 2 hits in his last 2 at-bats and good numbers against Nicasio.
See the outfielders moving in with the winning run on second base.
Venable, one of those Padres who's been nails with runners in scoring position. Takes ball 1. Missing again, 2-0. Yangervis Solarte on deck.
Well, this is to the benefit of Will Venable. He can pick out a pitch at one spot. Use the big part of the field. Big left center gap.
Padres
right there.
Another close game between these two teams and plenty to talk about. Mike Pomerantz and Steve Finley have post-game coverage, hopefully in like a minute or so. Rally cap time at Petco Park. Amarista on second and a 2-0 count to Venable. Outside, ball 3. You almost wonder if Nicasio is thinking double play at this point and just work around Venable and put another man on.
Yeah, not a bad idea. If you look at Alexi Amarista at second base, good secondary, being able to read the ball off the bat.
Outside, ball 4. Venable on base for the 3rd consecutive plate appearance. Told you how good he is with runners in scoring position. Solarte has also been outstanding.
Bud Black's trying to get that attention of Jose Valentin, the first base coach for the Padres, to communicate with Will Venable. He's got to hustle behind the play as well.
2 on, 1 out for Solarte. Outside, ball 1. "180 feet from glory" for Alexi Amarista. Thursday afternoon in Atlanta, Solarte, a 2-run single in the 11th. That was the difference in the game. Trying to win another one for the Pods. In the air, shallow left. Amarista tagging. Ethier makes the catch, and Alexi will head back to the bag. 2 away. Nicasio trying to dodge some bullets here in the bottom of the 9th, and last night's hero for the Padres coming up.
Well, you see the numbers against Juan Nicasio. Probably the reason why Yasmani Grandal goes out and has a communication with him.
Upton had the game-winning home run last night. He's driven in both Padre runs this afternoon.
Defense back to the normal positions in the outfield.
Outside, ball 1.
Well, for Justin Upton, he's looking for a mistake. I think Juan Nicasio is going to try to make a perfect pitch and see if he can expose him out of the strike zone.
Upton's 2-run single in the 5th came with 2 outs. That's ball 2. Matt Kemp is next, or would be.
You know, Matt Kemp with a walk in the 5th, but also 2 strikeouts. I wouldn't be surprised if they pitched around Upton here.
Seeing Nicasio kind of picking his spots against these different batters. Fell behind Venable after nibbling. Pretty much worked around him. Amarista led the inning off with a single. Sacrificed to second. Venable walked. Solarte flew to left. Inside, ball 3. Green light.
Why not? You can cover off the plate. You got a veteran hitter, knows the strike zone.
He's swinging to center. Peterson racing back. Makes the catch. Jock Peterson just saved the game for the Dodgers. One of the best catches in one of the biggest spots you may see this season. Heartbreak for Upton and the Padres. Looked like he had it won. But the rookie Peterson with the catch, he holds on and will go to the 10th. Dodgers and Padres still tied 2-2. Jock Peterson with one of the best plays of this season. 2 outs, winning run on second base. Listen to this.
Well, Jesse, one of the toughest plays as a center fielder is right at you. He was playing shallow, try to nab him, and you see the reaction of Justin Upton. That was an incredible catch by the young Jock Peterson.
He's on deck. Kike Hernandez at the plate. And the new pitcher, Sean Kelly, gets him to swing and miss. 0-1. Kelly pitched the 8th inning on Friday night, first game of this series. Nothing in 2. For the Padres, their 7th extra inning game of the season. They are 4-2, including a couple of 11-inning wins in Atlanta last week. Just the 2nd home extra inning game for the Pod. Kelly ahead of Hernandez. And a ground ball to third in between hop. That's a nice play by Solarte. 1 away. Little tricky, but nicely handled.
You know, this Jan Solarte makes this play look very easy, and this is a very difficult play. Do or die play by Solarte, and he comes up with real good glove work. You can see the reaction, the long hop and then the short hop with the glove work, the accurate throw to yonder.
Jock Peterson saved the game for the Dodgers in the bottom of the 9th. Now he gets an offensive opportunity here in the 10th. One and one.
I am still shaking my head on that play. The talent that you see at this level. and the youthful talent that's coming into the game of baseball. If you're a baseball fan, you got to be encouraged by that.
Perfect pitch from Kelly, 1-2. You'll be seeing that play for years. And when you consider the context and the circumstance, wow. Got him.
This is just the improved slider that Sean Kelly has had. Since his early season woes, he has been very good. The command of that slider.
Here's Puig. He began the 2-out rally in the 8th inning. Kept it going for Adrian and came in to score that second Dodger run. Kelly gets the call, 0-1. I don't think he liked the call. So Puig stood in the box with his back to the home plate umpire, Adrian Johnson, then stepped all the way out and just now getting back in.
I don't think you can complain of the strike zone at all tonight.
Swings at that one and beats the shift with a base hit to right field. Second straight time up for Puig. He keeps an inning going with 2 away. And now Sean Kelly's got to contend with Adrian Gonzalez. Or maybe someone else will contend with Adrian Gonzalez. Bud Black out of the dugout. They've got Frank Garces out there if they'd like to go lefty on lefty. We'll see if Buddy wants to strategize with Kelly or if he is going to make the move. He'll make the move. So with 2 outs and a man aboard in the top of the 10th inning, Frank Garces will come out to face Adrian Gonzalez. We're all tied up. 2-2. To the plate, Buddy Black goes to his bullpen and calls on the left-hander Frank Garces, who got Gonzalez to ground into a double play in the game on Friday night. You may remember Adrian not so happy with a couple of the calls previously that night and early in that at bat, and after he grounded into the 4-6-3 double play, he was ejected by Doug Eddings. A couple of heart stoppers this weekend against the Dodgers. All 3 games. Drama filled. And he swings at the first pitch and hits it in the air to left. Routine for Upton. And Garces gets his man. Dodgers leave a man in the 10th. We go to the bottom half, and Matt Kemp will be leading off for the Padres. An opportunity to bury his old team. 2-2 at Petco. At 2, new pitcher out on the hill for the Dodgers to face Kemp, Alonso, and Norris. He is Josh Raven, longtime minor leaguer, made his major league debut on June 2nd in Colorado. Struck out DJ LeMahieu, and with that, all those years of hard work and waiting for his opportunity paid off, now making his 4th major league appearance.
Jesse, with that appearance, you have the fastball slider mix, but sits right around 97 miles an hour. Very proud of his fastball. You see the numbers for the left-handers. Sometimes it takes a while to figure it out, as we see Chris Heisey take over for right field.
Double switch for Don Mattingly. Raven becomes the 6th pitcher used by the Dodgers. Bullpen, you got to figure, pretty fresh after Zach Greinke took the complete game loss last night.
It's a beautiful thing.
Matt Kemp, 2 homers on the season, both away from Petco. And he takes a fastball at 98, strike 1. Raven began this year, as mentioned. AAA Oklahoma City was 2-0 with a 2.25 ERA in 14 games. This is his 10th pro season. And
perseverance, right?
Yeah. Did Kemp hold up? He did. So the swing pitch goes Matt Kemp's way, 2-1.
Well, you got to get it started. Let the pitcher supply the power. Put the barrel on it, it'll go.
Both Padre runs this afternoon coming back in the 5th inning. Dodgers got one in the 7th and one in the 8th. 2-2 to Kemp. And it's a hung pitch, lined into right field for a base hit. One hops to Heisey. And for the 2nd consecutive inning, San Diego gets the leadoff man aboard.
Well, he goes with his 2nd pitch, the slider, and Matt Kemp fights this off to right field. You can see him waiting back and doing a nice job pulling his hands inside that baseball.
Since the single, Alonso has struck out, grounded out, and flied out. Breaks his bat and a grounder to first. Gonzalez goes to second for one. Double play.
Fastball hard in, and you can see Adrian Gonzalez smooth at first base with the easy turn.
Buddy Black having a conversation with Adrian Johnson.
I wonder if Hernandez stayed on second base, and they can review this. That's pretty close.
So officially the neighborhood play is not reviewable, but if the throw pulls the guy off the base, they can take a look at it. The neighborhood play essentially is when the guy's in the area and the throw is right to him. They don't necessarily make you touch second. Maybe even the case last night with Amarista on a double play late in the game. But if the throw pulls you off, then it's no longer the neighborhood play, and this one's very close. Rollins was taken out of this game as part of a double switch earlier, and so Kike Hernandez, certainly a far less accomplished defensive player.
It looks like that throw does take him off the base. Credit the Padres staff for being on top of that and quickly alerting the bench of the Padres.
So remember, it's not in his glove until the ball hits the back of his glove. That's when the out occurs. So the ball's got to be in the back of the glove and the foot's got to be on the bag. Does that happen? Very close. This is huge. If Kemp is ruled safe, the Padres have one out and a man on second, as opposed to two outs and nobody aboard. Very, very close at second base. Taking a look at it in New York. You want to take a guess, Mark Sweeney?
Well, it is close, and it's got to be definitive in New York, and they're going to make the decision. But if I'm managing Los Angeles Dodgers and you watch the reaction, if Matt Kemp is safe, which is called, Don Mattingly's going to have a tough time with that decision.
Once again, the ball's got to be in the back of the mid, and the foot's got to be on the base. One more shoe size up, and he might have been okay. So Kemp's aboard. It is not a double play, and Derek Norris at the plate with the winning run on second base. Boy, that's a great challenge.
And a quick process from the Padres. Credit them. Being on top of it. Bud Black, Dave Roberts, the bench coach.
Norris pops it up left side. Callaspo, Hernandez both giving it a look, and it'll find the seats. Can't help but wonder if Jimmy Rollins makes that play. Against the Pirates a couple of weeks ago, Derek Norris 0 for 4, and then a walk-off slam. One of the most exciting moments of this season so far.
Yeah, and the celebration, the Gatorade.
And the headbang. 0 for 4 today.
He's due.
Swings and misses, 0-2. Dodger outfield. Playing in a bit. Try and cut down that runner on a base hit.
Well, Jesse, before that grand slam, he actually racked up strikeouts. So he is due. 3 strikeouts today. Can we have another magical moment?
He's behind 0-2. Norris swings and misses, strike 3. High cheese from Josh Raven, 2 away.
Now a quick arm by Josh Raven. And pitching up at the zone with high velocity. Tough to catch up to.
Corey Spangenberg, a walk-off homer last year against the Diamondbacks. Just needs a base hit here. Second career game last September 2nd. A pinch hit, walk-off homer. This game and this series has had it all. Raven painting at 98. Raven steps off, and he'll go through things again with Grandal. Matt Kemp led the inning off with a single. It looked like he was erased on a 3-6-3 double play. But a great challenge by the Padres. Notice that the throw pulled the shortstop Hernandez off the bag, and Kemp was given second base. Outside, ball 2.
Well, again, with the winning run on second base in Matt Kemp, the defenders playing their normal positions in the infield, you got to get a good secondary. 2 strikes. You got to be going.
Swing and miss. 99 from Raven. And the Dodgers dodge it here in the 10th. Here in the 11th inning.
Well, in our Fox vision, you can see Jock Peterson going right to the wall and selling out. See Justin Upton ready to celebrate and being shocked at one of the best catches, if not the best catch in the game this year because of the situation, as you said, Jesse.
Kendrick, Grandal, and Ethier. Frank Garces got the last out in the 10th. He stays in. Kendrick right-handed. Grandal a switch hitter, weaker from the right side, and Ethier left-handed. 2-0. Kendrick also more effective against right-handed pitching this year. Certainly makes sense to leave Garces in, and he delivers a strike. 2-1. Just saw what Jock Peterson did to keep this game going. Great catch in the bottom of the 9th inning. Padres had a chance there as Kendrick lines this one into left field for a leadoff single. Padres also had a chance in the 10th. Runner on second after the challenge with 1 out. Grandal from the right side. First pitch swinging and a chopper to third. Solarte goes to second for 1. Back to first. Double play.
We touched on it earlier. Yasmani Grandal is better from the left side. The right side, he rolls this over to Solarte. And Spangenberg hanging in there for the double play. Again, you've seen that the last couple of nights with the double plays from the Padres, especially in the middle infield, holding their ground and making a nice dart to Yonder Alonso.
Perfectly executed around the horn. Productive afternoon for Ethier and another good series against the Padres. Whoa! Look out. About 100 feet away from home plate.
This is dangerous. It hits the wall down the right field line.
Strike two.
Your tendency as a hitter when you launch a bat like that is you grip it tighter. So many guys use batting gloves these days. Pine tar. Not a good feeling.
Ground ball to the right side. Spangenberg. Nice inning by Frank Garces, who's all fired up out there. He gets the Dodgers in the 11th. Padres coming up. Eleventh inning at Petco Park. Padres and Dodgers tied 2-2 as San Diego looks for its third 11-inning win of the week. Monday and Thursday in Atlanta on the road, Padres came up with 11-inning victories, and Josh Raven stays in with Alexi Amarista leading it off. Strike one. Couple of hits this afternoon for Alexi, including one to lead off the bottom of the ninth. Got a 5-game hitting streak now. That one too far outside. Will Myers has stepped into the on-deck circle. Pitcher spot is due next. In the air, right center. They were playing him shallow. Jock Peterson says no problem. One away. Some interesting things happen around the big leagues here today. Max Scherzer, one hitter and 16 strikeouts as the Nationals blank the Brewers A.J. Burnett throws 9 shutout innings, gets a no decision. And the Blue Jays continue to win.
Yeah, they are making it very difficult on the East. As Toronto comes in, they're 34-30 now. Just 1 game back of the New York Yankees.
It'll be Will Middlebrooks, not Will Myers. Pinch hitting for Frank Garces. And he takes a fastball high from Raven. Two and 0. Only Justin Upton has hit more home runs for the Padres this season than Will Middlebrooks. Got to get back to work. It's the 11th inning. Now full count to the pinch hitter, Middlebrooks. Will Venable. Got him. So the pinch hitter goes down swinging, 2 away.
You know it's good stuff when you know it's coming. Just explodes in the strike zone. See Middlebrooks behind that fastball.
A couple of summers ago, Venable a walk-off homer against the Mets. Part of a series sweep for the Padres here at Petco. And he takes ball 1. What's the mentality like for a batter? Obviously, you know that solo homer can win it.
Well, you got to try to take it out because it's a perfect pitch on a mistake, a perfect swing on a mistake pitch.
Hits that one on the ground. Howie Kendrick's got it. And a 1-2-3 inning for Raven. We'll go to the 12th at Petco Park. Padres and Dodgers still tied 2-2. Arenado, you know he can get it done. Defensively, big home run is 16th of the year. As the battle of the 1993 expansion teams goes to the Rockies. Here, we're still playing baseball. Just about 4 hours in. And another edge of your seat thriller between the Padres and the Dodgers as Dale Thayer comes out to pitch the 12th.
'29th appearance for Dale Thayer out of the bullpen, and last pitch in the first game of this series.
And he'll face Chris Heisey, who came in as part of a double switch back in the 10th inning. First at bat of the afternoon for Heisey. He has started games in all 3 outfield positions for the Dodgers this year. He's in at right field. Puig is out of the game.
Former Red, started the year off in the minor leagues. A good 4th outfielder to have. Right-handed pop off the bench.
He's been up and down already. This is his 4th stint this season with the Dodgers.
Yeah, that can be tough mentally.
It's that one in the air down the line and left, but it'll find the seats.
Well, people out there are going to say, listen, you're in the big leagues. Why complain? Well, mentally just trying to figure it out, especially when you're in a new organization. Come over from the Reds where you felt very comfortable in a role that you played. You could see the numbers. He's had a tough time with it.
At AAA, he played in 28 games this year. Was hitting just .234, but he did hit 10 home runs. Crowd today of 40,056. Many of them still hanging out, waiting for the conclusion. 1-2. And Thayer misses. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Heisey, who's got good numbers at Petco Park in his career. Brandon Maurer, Nick Vincent, the 2 relievers out there.
Yeah, Willie Blair's losing some friends out there in the bullpen.
Got him. Nice fastball from Thayer. He had Heisey reaching, 1 away.
And Dale reaching back for the fastball. And the movement right on the outside corner, commanding that glove side for the strikeout.
Guy Ospo, the 3rd baseman, has seen Thayer a couple of times. And he takes strike 1. It's funny, that low strike has been there all day. The off the plate strike has been there all day, but still the hitters are not quite ready to pull the trigger on those pitches.
Oh, you're so used to trying to stay in the strike zone, and visually you just freeze up. It's been on both sides, as we documented. A wide strike zone and ever changing.
Guy Ospo in the air to right center. That's Kemp going back on the run. Reaches up and he can't make the catch. Guy Ospo will glide into second base. 1 out double for the Dodgers. Second double of the afternoon for Guy Ospo.
A location just pulls it into the middle of the plate. Guy Ospo does a nice job putting the barrel on the baseball. Shoots this just barely over Matt Kemp's effort across the body.
Kike Hernandez takes ball 1. Came in as part of a double switch in the 7th, and this is his 3rd at bat. Grounded to 3rd as last time. Padres have had their opportunities. Dodgers have 2 for that matter. Jock Peterson saved the game for LA in the bottom of the 9th. Justin Upton hit what looked like a game-winning shot to center, and Peterson made a phenomenal running catch. That ended the inning. Thayer doesn't get the call there, 3-0. The closer. Ball 4. Runners on first and second. Jock Peterson coming to the plate with 1 out here in this tie game. And again, he's really the reason we're still playing. Winning run on second base with 2 outs in the 9th. Justin Upton to center field. What can you even do? Thayer struck him out twice. 1-0. Dodgers with 2 aboard. Callaspo on second. Hernandez on first. Thayer will take a ground ball. Yeah, it's a pop-up, but it's fouling out of play.
Now the challenge here, Jesse, is that Jock Peterson has power, 17 home runs on the season. So as an outfielder, you can't play shallow, as you could see. Normal depth, maybe even a step back. But as the home team, you don't have to press yourself, knowing that that's the winning run at second base.
A little bit inside, 2-1. Three balls in his strike. Norris down to second, and Callaspo back in. Derek had one yesterday. Got Justin Turner napping in the second inning. Three-one count to Peterson, and it's inside, ball 4.
Darren Balsley heads out to have a discussion with Dale Thayer. He does not look comfortable with his command.
Darren Balsley out to chat. After the game, Padres Live, the post-game show. Steve Finley is with Mike Pomerantz. They'll have a lot to talk about.
What a perfect guy to discuss what my estimation was one of the best catches in the game this year at a big moment, and Steve Finley had plenty of those in his career. I got to congratulate him a lot when I was on the bench watching him and his craft out in center field. What a moment for Jock Peterson.
Alex Guerrero, one of the most productive pinch hitters in baseball, at the plate. This is the pitcher's spot for the Dodgers. You see the 10 homers, 3 of them coming as a pinch hitter. And that's strike 1. Eight
RBIs off the bench for Guerrero. That leads Major League Baseball.
Padres on the infield, playing double play depth, but of course have a force at any base. Callaspo on third was thrown out trying to score back in the third inning. One and two.
A big cut.
Guerrero drove in the game-winning run Friday night in the 8th inning.
See if Dale Thayer reaches back for this fastball. Tries to get the punch out. He does, 94 miles an hour. And Guerrero spoils a pretty good pitcher's pitch.
In the air, right center field. Kemp coming in. He's got it. Callaspo tags, and he'll head back. Another great throw from Matt Kemp.
Have we seen some great defense today? Matt Kemp with the throw earlier in the game. Jock Peterson's play, and he gets in position right here. And this is an absolute strike to Derek Norris. Callaspo did not have a chance on that throw.
2 away. And now Thayer will contend with Adrian Gonzalez.
Five pitches for Dale Thayer. Ball strike ratio not the best.
Gonzalez up the middle. That's going to be a base hit. It's going to get at least 1 run home. Hernandez being waved. He will score. And it's a 2-run single for Adrian Gonzalez.
Adrian Gonzalez gets a mistake fastball that's elevated. Use the big part of the field in an RBI situation. Dodgers go up 2.
Peterson goes to third. Points across the diamond. And that'll be it for Dale Thayer. Dodgers grab a couple here in the 12th. Nick Vincent going to try and get the third out and keep this a 4-2 game. A 2-run single here in the top of the 12th off of Dale Thayer, and LA on top 4-2 as Nick Vincent comes into the game for the Padres. Called from AAA El Paso on Wednesday, and his first appearance of this stint for Vincent.
Well, I talked to Nick Vincent the other day, and he said he's very encouraged, especially the way he was throwing the ball in AAA coming up now. Coming into a tough situation, you got to get the Padres into the dugout.
Third stint of the year for Vincent with the big league club. Howie Kendrick with runners on the corners. Solarte, Upton, and Kemp due up in the bottom of the 12th. Howie first pitch swinging, fouls it back. A couple of strikeouts today for Kendrick as Dale Thayer watches his bullpen mate try and finish off this 12th inning. A little bit outside, 2-1. Kendrick had great numbers against Shields coming in, but James got the better of him all afternoon. And now 2-2 from Nick Vincent. Got him. Nice job by Nick Vincent coming out of the bullpen. He strikes out Howie Kendrick, but the Dodgers get two. 2-run single from Gonzalez, Solarte, Upton, and Kemp. It's 1-1, bottom of the ninth, 2 outs, and Jock Peterson. Great catch out in center field. If he doesn't get to it, Alexi Amarista scores, and the Padres have their second walk-off win of the season. Instead, Nicasio dodges a bullet. And the Dodgers now with an opportunity to try and close it out as the closer, Kenley Jansen, comes in. For the second time this series, picked up the save on Friday night. Padres down by 2. Jansen struck out the side on Friday night. He did allow a 2-out single to Will Myers.
A lot of cutters from Kenley Jansen. Fastball that is a cutter and also a slider.
And Solarte takes strike 1.
Starts him off with a backdoor slider as Tyson Ross heads out to the bullpen. They tied this up. Possibly he could be going into the game.
Foul at the plate. 0-2 to Solarte. Ross is the scheduled starter for tomorrow against his old team, the A's. Just in case.
Well, not typically you see a starter that's supposed to start tomorrow run out to the bullpen in the 12th inning.
0-2 to Solarte, and he tips it into the mid of Grandal, 1 away. So if no Tyson Ross today, Tyson Ross tomorrow. Former A against the former Padre, Jesse Hahn. Join us 6:30 on Fox Sports San Diego. 4 in a row between these two teams, 2 here and then 2 up north. Brandon Maurer may not be available today, although if push comes to shove, we'll see. Rally glove. Just as good as a rally cap. And Upton, first pitch swinging, pops it up but out of play. Two. Post-game show. Mike Pomerantz and Steve Finley coming up. Three close and emotional games here this weekend. Got him. Kenley Jansen has recorded 5 outs in this series, and they have all been strikeouts.
Oh, reaching back again, the cutter. The confidence in the fastball of Kenley Jansen.
Couple of singles in the series for Kemp. Padres down to their final out. On the ground and into shallow left for a base hit. Padres will bring the tying run to the plate here in the 12th. Second hit of the day for Kemp.
Well, with the mechanical adjustments from Matt Kemp, this has to feel really good. Square ball up against the closer, the Los Angeles Dodgers. And a nice opportunity for Hernandez. To no avail. Nice job by Matt Kemp.
11th hit of the afternoon, and now Yonder Alonso gets a shot against Kenley Jansen. Kemp will take second. And Alonso pops it up on the infield. Callaspo makes the catch. And that's it. The Dodgers take the series by taking today's game 4-2 in 12. Padres Live, the post-game show is coming up. Mike Pomerantz, what have you got?
Jesse, it was a two-man show, it seemed like late, didn't it? Adrian Gonzalez, the former Padre, doing the offensive damage, and, of course, the catch by Jock Peterson. We're going to break it down from one of the better center fielders the game's seen in Steve Finley in moments.